Recording in progress.
first. Wow, it's full.
Yes, I feel so good.
Yeah, that's
Very
great.
happy people.
Okay. Good morning. If you have simultaneous translation from English to Spanish, please let me know if that is working. Or if it's not working, raise your hand and somebody will come and help you. It's working? Okay, excellent. So welcome everyone, and Raul and I are really delighted to see a full room with a topic, and interested in a topic that is usually quite a dark topic. This is a figure I saw at an art exposition in Australia recently, and I thought it really describes nicely the impacts on childhood and development through armed conflicts. And we know all the consequences of these conflicts, and I just go through them quickly here. But today, what we want to do is to generate hope and to generate ideas how we can support these children when they come to our countries where we live in safety most of the time. So what can we do? How do we respond? Is the title of this presentation, of this session for the whole day. And it's a joint session between the International Development Pediatrics Association and the International Society for Social Pediatrics, and we both represent them here on the stage. And this is the agenda for today. I won't go through all the items. If you have a smartphone, you can scan the QR code and then you have the agenda on your phone. We will have some sessions in the morning from speakers from different countries and different places, different aspects of conflicts. And then in the afternoon, we hope to work together with you to discuss about solutions and supports and resources that might be helpful for children that suffered in conflicts. Just quickly to those that are from ISSOP and don't know what IDPA is or IDPA, it's an association that was created in 2015, as if I remember correctly. The first conference was in Istanbul, initiated by our colleague Ilge Ertem, who is also here at the conference. And it came out of the need of many developmental pediatricians from the majority of the world feeling that conferences that they were visiting in Europe, in North America, were interesting but not often provided the information relevant for their reality. And the membership is free. There's another QR code. If you want to join, you're very welcome. And I give it now over to Raul to explain to the people from IDPA what is ISSOP and social pediatrics. Thank you.
Thank you, Olaf. Bueno, mi nombre es Raúl Mercer y pertenezco a la Sociedad Internacional de Pediatría Social, ISSOP. ¿Me cuentan si la traducción está funcionando bien? Levanten la mano. Thank you. Esta va a ser una sesión bilingüe y nos vamos a mover del español al inglés y de inglés al español. Cuando tengan que hacer algún comentario o alguna participación, van a tener que usar el micrófono para que las intérpretes puedan hacer la traducción correspondiente para el resto de las personas. Como dijo Olaf, para nosotros ISSOP es un verdadero placer y orgullo estar en este evento por varios motivos. Una, la posibilidad de trabajar en forma conjunta, dos sociedades que aparentemente vienen trabajando por carriles diferentes, pero con las cuales tenemos muchas cosas en común y esperamos que a lo largo del día reconozcamos estos puntos de intersección, estos puntos de interés común. Y como dijo Olaf, ISSOP es la Sociedad Internacional de Pediatría Social, y para quienes no conocen qué es la pediatría social, lo que tienen acá en pantalla es un primer ejercicio formal que se hizo a partir de una publicación del año 2004 en el Journal of Epidemiology and Community Health sobre un glosario de pediatría social. La idea era incorporar algunos aspectos tratando de definir qué es la pediatría social. Para adelantarles, este concepto está en evolución y en este momento está en discusión. Estamos debatiendo qué es la pediatría social a la luz de los conocimientos y de la situación actual. Pero en líneas generales, como ustedes ven, la pediatría social no es una disciplina exclusiva y excluyente para pediatras. Sí aborda a todas las profesiones que estén interesadas por la salud y el bienestar de la población infantil, tomando en consideración aquellos aspectos contextuales vinculados con los determinantes sociales, con la equidad, con los derechos, con la situación particular de los niños y niñas en distintos contextos del mundo. Así que el primer mensaje es que la pediatría social es una forma diferente e integral de abordar la salud de la niñez. En segundo lugar, nos preguntamos por qué estamos acá y entendemos que la pediatría social es un campo de intersección entre la salud infantil y los campos que aparecen en pantalla, como ser los derechos de la infancia. Justamente uno de nuestros campos de interés es ver cómo traducir la perspectiva de derechos en un abordaje práctico para trabajar en los servicios, en los centros de salud, en los hospitales y también en las políticas y programas de salud. Contamos con la presencia de Jerison Lansdowne aquí en este momento, que es una líder en la temática, quien junto a Jeff Goldhagen y Tony Waterstone elaboraron hace muchos años una currícula sobre cómo traducir el enfoque de derechos en una herramienta práctica para trabajar en los servicios de salud, cosa que en América Latina fue realizada con la participación de numerosos países como Argentina, Uruguay, Chile, Colombia, Perú y también la República Dominicana y el Paraguay. Y como ustedes ven, los derechos, los determinantes sociales, la dimensión de equidad, los aspectos de salud comunitaria y de salud pública, la ética en la formulación de políticas públicas, la salud, una sola salud, los contextos políticos y la salud de la niñez, el desarrollo infantil temprano, que es un tema que convoca a este Congreso, el enfoque de curso de vida, los determinantes comerciales de la salud, que es algo que vamos a ver en otra de las sesiones de este Congreso, las crisis humanitarias, que es un tema que nos va a convocar en el día de hoy, la salud de la niñez en todas las políticas, la promoción de la salud, el cambio climático y la salud ambiental y el desarrollo inclusivo como una forma también de abordaje de la discapacidad como un aspecto inherente a la diversidad de las personas. Y para terminar con esta breve introducción y este flash sobre qué es la pediatría social, así como en IDPA ustedes tienen una guía de acceso con la página web, la ISSOP también tiene una página web, no cuestan, no tienen que pagar ingresos por ser miembros, no es una sociedad con fines de lucro y por sobre todo...
¿Para la reunión? Entonces voy a salir la habitación y más bien por la tarde la voy al baño para no hacerle ruido.
Ok. Y como dijimos anteriormente, es una sociedad libre de fines de lucro y también libre de conflictos de interés. O sea, quienes trabajamos en ISSOP, de alguna manera preservamos este espacio como un espacio libre de la contaminación que pueden generar intereses comerciales, la industria farmacéutica, la industria de alimentos u otros intereses que van contra la salud y el bienestar de los niños. Y esto obviamente es una decisión muy fuerte, pero que mantiene una línea de conducta y de comportamiento ético de quienes trabajamos por la salud y los derechos de la niñez. Y como dice al pie de esta diapositiva, estamos comprometidos con la situación de los derechos de la niñez independientemente de dónde se encuentren los chicos. Cuando hablamos de derechos de la niñez, no hay fronteras. Todos los niños y todas las niñas tienen el mismo derecho a ejercer sus derechos y ser reconocidos como sujetos de derechos en los distintos contextos trágicos, difíciles y violentos que están atravesando. Y es algo que vamos a analizar en el contexto de la actividad del día de hoy. Por mi parte y en nombre de ISSOP, gracias por estar presentes. Bueno, no esperábamos un aplauso tan temprano. Esperamos que haya muchos aplausos a lo largo del día. Y la idea es ir de a poco rompiendo el clima rígido de cualquier actividad que se inicia y ganar confianza y familiaridad y que ustedes también se sientan este espacio como un espacio cómodo, como un espacio de disfrute, que lo pasemos bien, una oportunidad única. Y la idea es que a lo largo del día nos vayamos conociendo y podamos establecer también vínculos entre las personas, las instituciones y los países. Sin dilatar más la presentación, vamos a abrir esta sesión invitando a nuestra colega y amiga Elia Molina, que está aquí presente. Para quienes no la conocen, aunque es muy conocida, Elia es médica pediatra, especialista en nefrología, salud pública, y ella además ha sido directora, vicepresidente y primera mujer como presidenta de la Sociedad Chilena de Pediatría durante un periodo en la década de los 80, 90. Y también fue directora de la Sociedad de Epidemiología de Chile, asesora regional para Latinoamérica y el Caribe, para la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, consultora del Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo, de UNICEF. Voy haciendo resumida la presentación, porque es muy extensa. Directora de la División de Políticas Públicas del Ministerio de Salud de Chile, ministra de Salud del gobierno de la presidenta Michelle Bachelet, y también decana de la Facultad de Ciencias Médicas de la Universidad de Santiago de Chile y directora de Salud Pública de la misma facultad. Y recientemente acaba de terminar su gestión como diputada de la República por el Distrito 10 de la región metropolitana hasta el presente. Y este es un claro ejemplo de cómo una persona que está en el mundo de la política puede volver al mundo de la realidad. Es posible. No, a veces no es fácil en los países de América Latina transitar el mundo de la política a la cotidianeidad. Y este es un claro ejemplo de cómo vamos adoptando distintos roles a lo largo de nuestra vida. Y Elia es un claro ejemplo de coherencia entre su forma de ser, de pensar y de actuar. Así que por mi parte, Elia, como amigo, gracias por estar acá.
Muchas gracias.
One more applause.
Muy buenos días a todos y todas. Voy a hablar en español, que hablo mejor español que inglés. Bueno, antes que nada quiero dar las gracias al Congreso, a los líderes de este Congreso por haber dejado un espacio importante en un tema que muchas veces se desconoce o se mira de una manera diferente. Yo, bueno, como dijo Raúl, tengo larga vida, por eso he hecho tantas cosas. Es por el tiempo que estoy en este mundo. Pero con Raúl hemos trabajado y con Jeff y con muchos de los que están aquí en muchos momentos, en muchos periodos que han ido marcando nuestra existencia y Raúl siempre tiene ese don de decir, antes de presentarme, casi todas las cosas que yo iba a decir en mi intervención. ¿Ah? Generalmente es así, se adelanta, es muy adelantado. ¿Ah? Entonces, pero Yo creo que los que están aquí hoy día, por alguna razón estamos aquí, ¿no es cierto? Nos inscribimos en este taller porque de alguna manera sentimos que estamos viviendo un mundo tan complejo, tan diverso en términos de crisis, de guerras, de migraciones, de desgracias que son a veces naturales, pero y sin embargo, y nosotros nos llenamos la boca con el discurso de los derechos de los niños, de la responsabilidad social, de los determinantes sociales de la salud y el desarrollo. Tenemos un marco teórico súper potente para entender, ¿no es cierto?, sobre todo los pediatras y los que trabajamos con niños. ¿Ah? Sí, pues.
Me están diciendo de la parte técnica que las personas que no entienden el idioma tienen que ir a buscar un equipo, un traductor, y dejar su documento para que puedan tener la traducción en uno u otro idioma. For those who don't have this device for the translation from English to Spanish, you have to go to look for this device for the translation. Apologies for the interruption. Sorry. We your ID. We your ID. Any other thing? No money? No. Okay. Solamente el documento de identidad, your ID. Apologies.
No, está bien, es muy importante que si no hablamos todos el mismo idioma, al menos podamos tener acceso, creo que es un privilegio también, de poder tener una traducción simultánea. Como le estaba diciendo yo, estamos viviendo días muy convulsos en el mundo, pero esto viene ocurriendo desde hace mucho tiempo. Y si bien nosotros tenemos el conocimiento de qué es lo que pasa con el estrés crónico, qué pasa con los niños cuando sufren este estrés, qué pasa con la epigenética, qué pasa con los retrasos, qué pasa con los problemas a lo largo de todo el ciclo de vida que producen los estrés, sobre todo en la primera infancia. Sabemos mucho. Hemos hecho todos hartos papers y hacemos clases y enseñamos y nos ponemos la camiseta, ¿no es cierto?, del desarrollo infantil, de la equidad, de los derechos de los niños, pero la verdad es que cuando uno ve lo que estamos haciendo en nuestro quehacer diario, muchas veces está muy bien hecho, pero no está poniendo a los niños delante, sino que a veces se pone a la ciencia adelante, los conocimientos adelante, la oferta de servicios adelante, y no cuáles son las reales necesidades de los niños, niñas y adolescentes. Y aquí estamos hablando de periodos, traje unas cifras que son alarmantes. Fíjense ustedes que en el 2017, 535 millones de niños vivían en campos de guerra, en situación de guerra. En el 2018, 29 millones nacieron en zonas afectadas. O sea, 29 millones de niños. En el 2022, 468 millones, que equivale al 18,8% de los niños que nacieron en el 2022, viven en zonas de conflicto. Y para el 2030, ustedes ven cómo estamos hoy día, con Medio Oriente, con Europa. Estamos en una situación de conflicto crónico que obviamente necesita una intervención, una comprensión, una investigación sobre lo que funciona, lo que no funciona, rápida, es con sentido de urgencia, porque los niños no tienen otra oportunidad. ¿Ah? La primera infancia suele ser la gran oportunidad donde están todos los periodos críticos, donde hay más sinapsis, donde hay más posibilidades de generar competencias en lo cognitivo, en lo social, en lo conductual. Sabemos tanto, pero el llamado es, y por eso que estoy feliz, porque veo colegas, veo profesionales de distintas disciplinas, y creo que esto es la realidad. La realidad es que no somos los médicos los dueños de la salud infantil. No somos nosotros quienes realmente estamos defendiendo todos los derechos. Pero si nos juntamos todos, si hacemos alianzas estratégicas, si hacemos red de trabajo, si somos capaces cada uno de poner nuestros saberes al servicio de los principios tan obvios que mostró Raúl Mercer, uno dice, sí, claro, por supuesto, obvio que sí. Pero la verdad es que lo que está pasando, y lo digo en un sentido crítico también, de autocrítica, es que estamos haciendo vista gorda muchas veces de lo que está pasando en las distintas niñeces. Hay muchas niñeces. Tiene que ver con la cultura, con lo ancestral, pero todos los niños, las niñas y los adolescentes del mundo tienen derecho a lograr su óptimo potencial, y si acaso están en zonas de conflicto, en zonas de crisis, tenemos que saber qué hacer y poder hacer seguimiento, porque no sabemos realmente si lo que estamos haciendo va a tener un impacto a lo largo de todo el ciclo de vida. Por eso la idea es que hoy día tengamos un conversatorio abierto, ¿no es cierto?, donde nosotros quizás podamos irnos con un sentido de que desde donde yo esté y haga lo que tengo que hacer trabajando con infancias, tenemos que buscar el mismo objetivo, los niños por delante y avanzar en sus derechos, porque la vulneración de derechos que hoy día están sufriendo los niños yo creo que es enorme, y todos los tratados ratificados y muy ratificados por los países no se está cumpliendo. Y eso también es labor nuestra, generar una conciencia social en los políticos, en los economistas, en las organizaciones de la sociedad civil, en las organizaciones, en las sociedades científicas, de que esto es una prioridad. Esto es una prioridad y es una urgencia. Así que les hago el llamado a que trabajemos y que saquemos de este día una declaración, o saquemos un paper que diga qué es lo que nosotros vemos, que para dónde es el camino que nos tiene que llevar la pediatría y todas las disciplinas que trabajan con niños, niñas y adolescentes. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Elia, for your powerful introduction. And now we go to the actual presentations, and it's my pleasure to introduce you to two excellent examples and experienced people that I know for some time now. So let me start with Selaminesh Tseek. Selaminesh is a rising star in developmental pediatrics. She did her fellowship in Canada in Toronto, and is the first developmental pediatrician of her country, Ethiopia. She is also engaged in a number of advocacy activities. I won't list them all now because we want to hear from herself, and is part of the International Alliance of Academies of Childhood Onset Disabilities, coordinating a number of initiatives with them as well. And with her will be Ramzi Nazir. I know Ramzi since I think the first IDPA conference that we met and discussed about possibilities to support developmental pediatricians in other countries via remote consultations. Ramzi is a developmental pediatrician. He was born in Palestine and had his training in the US, in Boston, Harvard, is now living in the UK and works intensely with consulting and advising humanitarian groups in areas of conflicts, obviously also in his home country, Palestine. So I look forward for your presentations and invite you to come to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olaf. Selaminesh, do you want to come join me? We can start together. Perfect. So I apologize. I might be a little bit slow at the beginning because I need to adjust my eyesight and see which glasses work better for reading the slides. You're going to show us the slides now? So our presentation is not loading. I think we had, while we were waiting, I think Selaminesh and I were both very grateful to be here, and we hope that our presentation serves to help in any possible way, even however small it might be, to help us all think about how to support children and their development in areas of war and conflict, which is our focus today. And I was very inspired by Raul and Dr. Helia's presentation about the need to, that this is for many children in the world right now, and the ones we're talking about who are in war and conflict areas, this is the only opportunity that they have. So great, here's our slide. I hope I don't like a vacuum in speech, so here I am, I filled it in. You can see who we are, and Raul introduced us. Let me see how we can move this forward. Am I supposed to be able to click this? Here we go. We don't have conflicts of interest. These are our objectives, and I think this is a big slide, but I'm from Palestine, Salamanesh is from Ethiopia. Our experiences have been shaped by both the pains and the joys of being from different parts of the world affected by conflict. You can see a map of all the areas of conflict in the world right now, and we would like to encourage all the children and colleagues throughout the world who are experiencing the horrors of war and conflict and oppression. Right now, we're not going to be able to talk about everything. In previous presentations of this talk, I've had colleagues from Sudan, for example. We have in the Middle East conflicts in Yemen, in Syria, and there's conflicts in all other parts of the world. So unfortunately, we won't be able to address them all today, but hope that our experience serves to teach and to give some hope. We particularly, I think, acknowledge the painful legacy of Guatemala's history, both in the past and in the present. And I think it's important to acknowledge that, being on this land that I think is full of pain, but also full of hope. My stories are from my country, Palestine, which is witnessing an ongoing ethnic cleansing that has been happening for the majority part of the last century. These are starking images on the left in black and white of the Palestinian refugees leaving their homes in what became Israel in 1948, and recently in Gaza, the picture in color. I think you all know the horrors of what has been happening in Palestine right now. It's on everybody's news feed. But I wanted to give you some story, and I'm going to be talking a little bit about it in a plenary on Wednesday. Today I wanted to share with you some stories to humanize some of those children, and some neurodivergent stories and lived experiences from Palestine within the context of an oppressive system of colonialism, apartheid, that is now leading to genocide. And I think we can all hopefully agree here that these are sort of stark examples of adverse childhood experiences that are not restricted to Palestine, but Palestine, I think, is an excellent example of how it's happening in modern times. And there's the baseline conditions of oppression, limited civil rights, absence of freedom and living under military rule, a state of constant surveillance, military and technological surveillance, home demolitions and confiscations, limiting access to education and healthcare, and a population who is highly traumatized, but also highly resilient. And we can talk a little bit about that, how to sustain resilience. And the current conflagration and genocide of what's happening in my country is leading to an additional level of mass killings. We have, in the past 2 years alone, over 20,000 children killed in Gaza, the highest numbers of amputee children in the world, in a small population of 2 million. We have whole families decimated by bombs provided by the United States and other European countries to the Israeli military. rampant starvation and malnutrition with its effect, which we all know about the long-term effect on childhood, children being treated as prisoners, and the environmental devastation, both from the loss of land and agriculture to the heavy metals and toxins and poisoning of our wells and agricultural land. Within this context, we have, as everywhere in the world, beautiful neurodivergent children growing up in a time of horror. And these are the only lives that they are going to have. I'm going to mention to you only 2 stories. In my plenary, I will tell you more. The first one is from Iyad al-Hallaq, who is a 32-year-old autistic man who was killed in Jerusalem by the Israeli police in 2020, predating the current crisis that we're having. Iyad was going on his way to school in Jerusalem, to a special vocational center with his coach. And the soldier guarding a checkpoint suspected that he was doing something illegal, and started searching him and started the process of investigating what's going on. As an autistic young man, Iyad panicked and escaped and started acting in possibly strange ways that the soldiers interpreted as aggressive. And while escaping and being far away from these soldiers, he was shot and killed, even though the coach was telling him that, telling the soldiers that this is a man with special needs. And the soldier was exonerated during a court case. The other story I want to tell is of Yazan al-Kafarni, who died in Gaza last year. It's amazing. I tell this story so many times, yet it's impossible not to get choked up when you read about it and talking about it. So Yazan had a pre-existing neurodevelopmental condition, and the special diet that he needed was not available. And this was a specific political decision not to have this diet available because of restriction on access of food in Gaza by the Israeli military. And so Yazan died at the age of 10. I think at this time, how do we do the video? This is supposed to be a video, so it's supposed to be cool. I don't know how to start it, but I think what I want to do, oh, here we go, is to take a step back after, hopefully these stories and these personal stories help to center us a little bit about what we're going to be talking next, that these are real lives of real children. But we also need to take care of ourselves while we do this, because it's very heavy, psychologically very heavy, and emotionally very heavy work on us. So I want everybody to take a deep breath, relax a little bit, and then we can continue with Salam Anesh's presentation, and I'll have a couple of other things to say towards the end. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. We will share with you some difficult stories, and some of the impacts we're going to discuss on my slides are also a little bit difficult. So if you are feeling distressed or if this is too much, feel free to take a break. I'm involved in global advocacy and childhood disability, as well as in children impacted by armed conflict. As an Ethiopian-born citizen, and I'm currently a permanent resident in Canada, I and my families are impacted by the war in Ethiopia, and we have passed through many adversaries. And also my talk is informed by my profession as a developmental pediatrician, and also as a mother of 3 children who had to also pass through the adversaries of the war. what I want to share with you, just taking you back to the basics, and I'll start from what trauma is. So a traumatic event generally is a frightening, dangerous, or violent event that poses a threat to a child's life or bodily integrity. And witnessing a traumatic event that threatens life or physical security of a loved one can also be traumatic in children. And this event could be from within the family or outside of the family. And there are different theories behind in describing trauma, and there is the concept of big T, little t, and C trauma. The big T's are the ones which we are talking about today, and including natural disasters, acts of terrorism, child abuse, and even witnessing physical trauma. The little t's are those that children could be facing in day-to-day life, and then the C traumas are the complex one, which would have everlasting impacts, and that, again, unarmed conflict would be classified within the big T, as well as the C trauma. So trauma could be acute. It could just be a single overwhelming event, like a natural disaster. It could be an extended exposure to a traumatizing situation, which we call a chronic trauma, or it could be complex. Could be a single or a multiple event that has occurred once but have long-lasting effect, such as an armed conflict, and that's what we are talking about today. So Ramzi has already shared this slide, and it's very unfortunate to see almost all of the countries being painted in this map. And I'm fortunate to be in Canada, where you see it is in the inactive state. However, like I said, the long-lasting impact of trauma continues, and as my families and my extended family currently live in Ethiopia. So in 2025, over 117 million people are forcibly displaced worldwide, and you can see the distribution by age and gender right at the right corner there. You can see children account for about 40% of this worldwide displaced people, and you can see the distribution by gender is also equal with males and female. And what fascinates me about this data is 71% of this displaced people, they are residing in low and middle income countries. So as it is widely spoken on the media, and we see, we assume that these people are immigrating to like highly developed countries. That's not true. Most of them are residing in low and middle income countries. And children living in these countries are currently over 473 million, more than 1 in 6 children globally. And Ramzi has shared why we need to talk about armed conflict, but the impact is global. It disrupts essential services, and there are pediatric care challenges that come along with being exposed to such a complex trauma. And the nature of war has changed. Now that there are small army facilities, children are being used as combatants. School and educational facilities are being targeted. And there are attacks both on governmental as well as non-governmental health facilities. And this is leading to a complex and nuanced effect in children's physical development. All of this should not happen under the UNCRC treaty. However, all of them are happening as we see. So this is a case from Ethiopia, from the northern region. This is to show the direct impact of armed conflict. This is a 2-year-old female child This is from one of the areas in northern Ethiopia where we had a big massacre back in 2021. And this was a strike in a market area, and this child sustained penetrating thoracoabdominal injury, had lacerated liver, stomach perforation, contusion of the bowel. So this is one of the direct impacts is physical and psychological trauma. We know the infant mortality rates are increasing, and the psychological traumas are everlasting. Here you see these are siblings, 3 siblings, 7-year-old, 5-year-old, and 3-year-old. They lost their parents and their elder sister in a strike that happened in their house. And then the children were injured, and their neighbors brought them to the health facility. And with this, all of the UN grave human rights are being violated for children. And the other impact is an indirect impact with the adverse childhood adversaries that we talk about a lot in our practices. So separation from family, the preterm birth, perinatal mortality, and caregiver mental health. Are some of the indirect impacts of armed conflict. And again, the rest of the UN human rights are being violated with these indirect impacts. The other impacts are denial of humanitarian access. This is some data from Ethiopia. We currently have nearly 90% of the population in the northern region of Ethiopia are food insecure. And out of this, 47% are considered severely food insecure, and 29% of very young children are suffering from global acute malnutrition. More than half of the pregnant or breastfeeding women are also malnourished. There is the impact on education, and we always talk about the transition from the Millennium Development Goal to the Sustainable Development Goal, but I would say with the current war and conflicts going on all over the world, we haven't even been able to achieve the Millennium Development Goal. And 50% of primary school aged children have no access to education currently in the war impacted areas. And even those who are in the conflict affected areas are not learning. So these are some researchers from the Democratic Republic of Congo and from the Syrian refugee children whom they tested for reading in the primary school level, and none of them were able to pass simple reading tests. And so the children's response to any disaster is different depending on their developmental stage. So the first stage could be immediately after the disaster. It would be a reaction of fright, disbelief, denial, grief, and feeling of relief if their loved ones are not harmed. And then a few days to several weeks, we will see some apathy, sleep disturbance, regression, and a feeling of withdrawal. And the lasting impacts would include disrupted psychobiological and interpersonal functioning, including school functioning. So in the first year of life, such experiences, they can manifest as irritability or increased crying, separation anxiety, or they may have exaggerated startle response. Mothers have shared that they have a constantly nagging feeling of inability to protect their children. And as we go through the toddler and preschool age, sleep terrors and nightmares, a feeling of helplessness and behavioral problems, developmental regression with bedwetting are very common problems. And they might even have aggressive behaviors like hitting, kicking, biting, throwing things. They are not playing with other kids of their age, and their play might show repetitive war or conflict-influenced play. And in the school-aged children, we see a lot of sleep disturbances, separation anxiety. They may be apathic, or a fear of something bad happening constantly. They would have troubles at school and trouble with peers. And this is a drawing from Ukraine and showing children at school, or even their artwork is impacted by with what they have seen in the war. Adolescents, they may have a sense of responsibility or guilt for the bad things that had happened. This is a 16-year-old girl from Ethiopia who was shot on the head, and you can see the blade on the back of the head, and lost her families. They may try to mask or withhold symptoms of adjustment reaction because they think they are abnormal or inappropriate reactions. And then there are these special groups of children who are unfortunately currently being used in the armed conflict, children who are soldiers, and they experience particular physical, developmental, and mental health risks, social isolation, disconnect with their families. And we do have a lot of children who are unaccompanied and separated. So the picture right there, you're seeing how you can read the face of these children as they are being separated from their families, from their community, and being transported away. Young age, there is a lack of documentation as these children are being transported. There is a high risk of trafficking and exploitation even after they are in the care of responsible authorities. And in Canada, we do talk about children with remote exposure to armed conflict as well, and there are evidences that children present with a higher rates of emotional and behavioral problems from media exposure to such armed conflicts as well. And then coming to children with disabilities, there has been reports that they are less able to flee attack, especially if there is no one to help them, or if they have limited or no access to assistive devices. They may be left behind. Families sometimes face a split-second decision, either flee with those children who can more easily escape or remain behind to support them. And there are a lot of physical barriers, stigma, and lack of both trained teachers and inclusive curricula. And this is a quote from one of the families. Every day I feared, from one of the child with disability, every day I feared that I could be the reason that my family was 1 or 2 seconds too late. An 11-year-old Syrian girl with a hearing disability was more profoundly impacted by the sudden attacks and feeling than her 5 siblings. Her father said that unlike her siblings, whenever there is something unexpected, even if someone rushes into the house, she starts to cry. And this is another father from South Sudan. Before the war, she was okay, but then she started to insult everyone and ran away from home for many days at a time. At the hospital, they didn't know what she has, but they gave her phenobarbital, used to treat anxiety symptoms. Now she can't even go to school here. Otherwise, she gets into fights with other children or just runs away, and there is no fence around the school to keep her in there. This is a 16-year-old child with epilepsy. And then there are refugee children, those who escaped the war and are trying to settle somewhere else. They had all these difficulties in their country of origin, and they go through a lot of difficulties during displacement, separation from families, loss of their community, harassment by authorities, and it doesn't stop. Once they are settled, there are different kinds of stress they are exposed to, traumatic, so the everlasting impact from what they have been exposed back home. And then there is the acculturative stress, trying to get used to the new culture once they are settled there, if they settle. And then there is the isolation stress, which comes from being a minority in a new community. So you can see this is a very huge cascade of trauma that is happening in these children. And then refugee health in many of the countries is a challenge. And this is an experience from our London Inter-Community Health Center where we see newcomer children. And there is a delay in getting access to services outside of the clinic. We do not understand what support their child could access. Resources are not available in their language. There is a complex and a combination of factors such as trauma, developmental disorder, behavioral challenge, and it's very hard to get psychometric assessments, which we need to access many of the services in country like ours in Canada. And here I wanted to share like the mental health services are very difficult to access, and this is a quote from one of my colleagues there. I would say the learning over the last 10 years for us is you have to treat the whole family. And this is from another developmental pediatrician who's praising the newcomer clinic's work, but she also states that helping individuals with disabilities who have experienced trauma has to be a collaborative enterprise. So there is a lot of work there to do. And when we talk about intervention, it's very complex to mitigate the effects of armed conflict in children, but we do need a trauma-informed care. But one thing I would like to highlight as a developmental pediatrician is we do talk a lot about this DSM-5, trauma and stress-related disorders. And I don't think this diagnosis makes justice to these children. And we talk about a lot of functional approach, following a functional approach rather than focusing on a diagnosis. And I think we can talk about emotional regulation instead of mood disorder. We can talk about behavioral regulation instead of giving them a diagnosis of disruptive behavior disorder. And let's talk about attachment and relationship instead of diagnosing them with a social communication disorder, and the list will go on. General measures could include creation of child-friendly space, communicating with the help of trained cultural mediator, and the use of play in care provision, informing children and their families what will take place during the healthcare visit to alleviate their fear. And after disaster, screening for anxiety in all patient encounters, and a follow-up screening in 4 to 6 months after the disaster are recommended general measures. Fortunately, even when children experience a traumatic event, they don't always develop traumatic stress. It all depends on the risk factors and the protective factors. So it's always helpful to know the strengths of the families and what has been helping them going through this time of distress. And this slide makes me happy when I see how refugee children do well in Canada. This is data from Canada, and you can see even the data is much more better than the Canadian citizens who are inborn in Canada. We have some resources to share with you. Ramsey has put some of the policies out here for us. And there are some screening and assessment resources which you can find on the National Child Traumatic Stress Network. It's really helpful and classifies some of the challenges that refugee children face once they settle in a new country. We do have guidelines from Canada and a recently published Canadian Pediatric Society statement by our colleague Ripu and others who we have the privilege of having here today. And there are other resources from the WHO. I really like this, doing what matters in time of stress. Is a very interactive, illustrative guide from WHO. And there are some guidance on community mental health services from the UNHCR as well. These books are, I would say, are very helpful to understand the impact of trauma and the trauma physiology. If you're interested through, they are very heavy books, difficult ones to go through, but very informative. And here are other books which are more low and middle income country oriented. and I'll pass it on to Ramzi to tell us a little bit about the ECO model.
Thank you so much. Hi again, everyone. I think we're doing okay with time, aren't we, Olaf? Yeah, so we can all maybe take a deep breath. This is actually in and out. I think everybody will agree with me that Silamanesh's testimony has been very moving and powerful. And I'm going to now talk about a project that I have been involved in leading, along with other colleagues, about adaptation of the ECHO model to support children with autism and neurodevelopmental disabilities in humanitarian settings. At the bottom of the slide are my collaborators. I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Mayada Sabbah, who's also with us today. What we are basically trying to do is something that I've been concerned with for a while, is that how children with neurodevelopmental conditions actually fare in war and conflict settings. And in general, I think we know that they do worse for some of the reasons that Silamanesh mentioned, and because of sort of like additional factors of vulnerability. So we came up with a pilot project that looks at the feasibility of how to bring together groups of humanitarians. Oops, someone wants me to speed up. Such as people who work in first response, in nutrition, child protection, building shelters and water and sanitation systems, as well as, and then bringing them together with people who work in child development. Because we've noticed through years of working in this area that actually these two groups actually do not often talk with each other. And our goal is to improve the capacity and knowledge among professionals working in humanitarian settings in the emergency responses on how to detect and support children with neurodevelopmental conditions. And I'll talk a little bit more about that during our plenary session. This is some kind of work that I've been involved with in terms of training and capacity building over the past 10 years or so. And hopefully we'll have answers next year on how this kind of work might help. Additional considerations, I think, of how to help for many people, and I think Dr. Helia and Raul and our colleagues in ISSOP as well have raised particularly well the sort of like the larger picture that is involved here in taking care of the needs of children in war and conflict settings. So on the right, Silamanesh has included the group, the code to sign up for the Humanitarian Crisis Resource Group, which I think will put all resources to help professionals working with children either in the home countries or nearby countries where the majority are, or in sort of like more developed countries. And the other thing that I think is important is how many people, particularly from countries that are not affected in war, or what we call the global north, how they work with us who are working in the global south or in regions of conflict. And I think it's a matter of attitude, solidarity, and respect, and learning from us and with us rather than teaching us. Which means acknowledging and engaging the expertise of colleagues, children, and families and their lived experience in those countries. And it's essential to acknowledge and navigate politics and economic interests, and holding perpetrators and enablers accountable, which is something I think us as pediatricians or people who work in the child development world are very reluctant to do, because we don't like conflict. We're nice people usually. But I think in these situations we have to go beyond our conflict level and call people out. And I want to share with you what has been happening in Palestine as an example. It's not the only part in the world that's happening, but it's where I've learned the most about how when you dehumanize people over many years and decades, that eventually leads to genocide. How destroying children's lives is actually not a side effect of war, but can be actually a way to destroy communities. And I think many of us who come from places where there's been a conflict between settlers and indigenous communities, for example, know this very well, how actually destroying childhood and destroying families is one of the most effective ways to take over a society and destroy a society. In the case of Palestine, as in many places in the world, institutions in the West, which is the global North, who actually unfortunately hold a lot more power and influence than they should, I think. Institutions have been silent. Even the institutions that we think we have relied on and thought of as the ones that would actually protect children. There's a global power imbalance in humanitarian action and global health priorities, so that these children actually don't count in the larger scheme of things. And the existing international laws that are there, such as all the laws against for human rights and protection of children in war, particularly developed after World War II and the horrors of World War II, all exist but are not implemented, meaning that there is impunity for the strong. They're implemented depending on who differentially implemented. I would like to bring to your attention this report by Francesca Albanese, who from the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the humanitarian conditions in Palestine. But I think this report applies is globally. It tells us about who benefits from war and conflict and who us as pediatricians and as developmental specialists need to pay attention to. The economic and political interests who are actually making money and benefiting from actually the harm that our children face. And these will be companies that we all know about, Google, Microsoft, to companies that we not necessarily know that much about, like Palantir and other less known companies that thrive and actually prosper in times of war and conflict. They make money when our children die and suffer. And I think this is a cause for all of us to be very angry. Hopefully, we started out with a very sad story, and I think hopefully over the time, from what Selamanesh has introduced to what I have spoken about, there's also reasons for hope and things that we can think about together, how to confront these things, because we're breaking down actually what the key issues are, either in clinical care or the broader advocacy and holding those responsible to account. I think Selamanesh may have a few more words to say.
You've said it well. Thank you, Ramzi. And the afternoon, I think we will be more focusing on solution and trying how we can mitigate this and what else can we do. So we will have more focused discussions on that one. So please join us for the afternoon. Please sign up for the Humanitarian Crisis Resource Group. This is set up by the International Alliance Academies of Childhood Disability. And we're just putting out a call for volunteers who would like to work in this area, because we do understand that it's very difficult to find resources to support children with disability or typically developing children impacted by armed conflict. And hopefully we can get all the resources in one bill under the IAACD. And if you're interested, please do sign up and we will reach out to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both of you. It's a tough. Can you hear me? Yeah. It's a tough topic, and you were brilliant. We have some time, and I want to give the opportunity to the audience if there's somebody who wants to comment or ask a question. We have about 10 minutes before the next presentation will start. Shanti.
Hello. Yes, fantastic session. Couple of points. First point is that we might not have talked about it yet, but we have a collection that ISSOP's supporting in BMJ Pediatrics Open on the whole children in conflict situations. And I think that your session on a kind of review of all the issues in early childhood development or child development is a fantastic paper that we would love for the collection. So that's a plug for you to think of presenting that. I guess the second point is many of us working in this field work with refugee children, where we have actually documented a rather dramatic increase in neurodevelopmental problems, developmental concerns. There are many reasons for that, including the populations that we get children from. For instance, in Australia we get them from the Middle East largely, and there are existing issues with consanguinity and poor assessment of, early assessment, that sort of thing. So I wonder whether you could kind of falls away, but also what's going on in families and people who have to kind of retreat, and there's further kind of moving into smaller communities and that sort of stuff. So there are huge intergenerational issues there, I guess. And so how much does the work that high-income countries are doing with respect to refugee children with neurodevelopmental concerns, how does that help the situation in actual conflict, and how are we able to improve our relationship? Perhaps one is the signing up as a resource. Thank you.
Do you want us to take it out?
You want to comment?
I mean, I was thinking, thank you so much, Shanti, for that question and the offer. I was thinking maybe we'll take a couple of questions and we'll answer them all together. There may be overlaps.
Okay.
We can include.
Any other comments or questions? Antonio.
Yes, well, Antonio Rizzoli from Mexico, and coordinator of the IDPA Childhood Disabilities and Primary Care. And thank you so much for visualizing something that's very important, that we are at Mexico, had high rates of crime, drug, violence, and we have three problems that are important. First, if the child is not registered, we doesn't know if they exist, but they exist and they are suffering, and we need to do that. And it's one point. Other about the neurodivergences and what it's happening. And we have a huge problem that you have said, that is the recruitment of children. If I have ADHD or I have autism and I feel that I don't belong to the community, and they are constantly saying that I am not worthy, and someone come to me, I am going to be part of that. Another problem is that we have seen in Mexico is that children right now they are not playing through a ball. It's just they want to be like their parents, or they are playing with the guns, and suddenly the music and the culture has become the ideal of a drug dealer as the best way to be ourselves. We have, thankfully, Pacto por la Primera Infancia in Mexico and the National System for Health Right. But I think that it's very important to visualize that, because maybe we're not at a declared war with another country, but we have a war inside our communities, inside our people, and it's important to let know the people that we are already suffering sometimes worse than a war, because we don't have humanitarian support, because people doesn't think that we are having that situation, and people see it as normal, and children are growing in a place that it's normal to be inside a house, or maybe you're going to go and you're not going to come back and you're going to lose your families. And thank you so much for raising talent. Thank you.
And maybe one more question, and then we can answer all three together.
Yeah, okay.
Because otherwise
Jeff?
we're out of time,
Yeah.
right?
Yes. Again, thank you. This was a phenomenal presentation and something we can build on. I'm curious, at the beginning you spoke about hope and resilience, and maybe that's something that we can talk about later. How do we respond in a way that builds hope, builds resilience, as a critical response to what's happening globally.
All right. Do you want to do the first question? I can do the last two.
Yeah, sure. Well, thank you so much for your questions. And so how can we make that connection with the work that is being done in high-income countries and what's happening in low and middle-income countries? So I've had the experience to see both and live through the trauma in Ethiopia, and then had the opportunity to come and live peacefully in Canada. And I see the work being done in Canada is great to acculturate these refugee children and families into the new community. However, it's a lot of challenges still, like the access to services, the language barriers, and not even knowing how to be on the same page with these families and the children and let them open about the trauma and discuss about the trauma. That has been a big challenge, and not only a challenge because the families are not feeling comfortable or are fearful to share, but also because we as health professionals don't know how to do that. So I would say there is a lot of challenges even after these families have moved into these countries. But I do think we can learn from, and Ramzi will talk about the hope and resilience question, but we can learn a lot from how the community is thriving back home amidst the conflicts and all the horrors that is happening. And we see a lot of resilience when people are together with the same kind, with people who have passed through the problem, and they feel more comfortable to talk to those people who've had the same experience as them. So I think works like this could create some of those connections, but the International Alliance is not certainly representing high-income countries. It's a combination of all the countries. And that is where we learn from all the community all over the world by working together, and some of the eco projects that Ramzi has also shared is a great opportunity to learn from one another. And I just wanted to acknowledge Antonio's question. That's very important. And in the definition initially that I shared about what is an armed conflict or what is a trauma, that is included within that definition. It's one of the complex traumas that children are being exposed to due to drug wars or drug transportations or any other I would say unfortunate behaviors happening in a community, and that is equally traumatizing to our children. And I do like to acknowledge that thank you for that comment, you are correct.
Did you want to add anything on resilience? I think you've answered everything. I don't have to speak.
Well,
I outsource my answers.
So I would maybe, is this meeting being recorded or?
Yes,
oh, okay.
Part of my question related to not what we can do here. Part of my question related to not what we can do in Canada, the United States, or high-income countries, but what we can do in places where, in fact, the conflict is happening.
So thank you very much. Regarding, I'll get back to also, I have some thoughts on also Antonio's question as well, and Shanti's question. I think with regards to resilience and hope, I think one of the fascinating things about, and I'm speaking from my perspective as a Palestinian who has been immersed in stories of the genocide in Gaza, and I hope I will share some resilience stories when we talk on Wednesday in my presentation. I think there is a lot of inherent resilience actually in communities, and it's not a question about what we can do, but actually how we can give space and opportunities for societies and communities to actually harness all their internal strength. So as people from the outside, I mean, I think Salaminesh and I come from in a way unique positions that we can bridge these two worlds, and not that we're going to be speaking on behalf of anybody, but I think we have an understanding of both worlds, and we work clinically in settings, sort of like in refugee settings, in asylum seeker settings in the West. I'm in the UK and she's in Canada. But at the same time, we're also deeply involved in our own communities back in our home countries. And our communities have enough in them to heal. You know, like in Palestine, and I'm sure it is in Ethiopia, it's the communal living, it's the extended families, it's the benefit of traditions and stories, and the games and the songs and the food we cook together, and our shared sort of like history that actually helps us heal. We have our own therapists who know our community very well and know how to adapt certain methodologies. In Palestine, for example, we don't have a PTSD problem. We have a different PTSD problem, which is persistent trauma. You know, we haven't even gone through the post yet. And a lot of our actually professionals who work there have actually adapted a lot of these methodologies and ideas of interventions to our own local context. And I think we can help other parts of the world and the global South who are going through issues like this learn from our experience, as well as we can learn from their experience. I think a lot of the question from groups in the global North might be in terms of providing expertise, ideas about methodology, research, for example, but it always has to be collaborative, based on solidarity and mutual respect. You know, we're beyond the stage where someone from the outside is going to come and say, hey, I'm going to sort this out for you. What we want is someone who comes in, I am your ally. I acknowledge what you are going through, and in many cases, I acknowledge my role and responsibility from my own society of what is happening to you. So I think the attitude needs to be shifted as well. And I'm humbled and honored by the global solidarity of professionals who have been actually really wanting to work with people like myself in Palestine, but I think in many parts of the world. With regards to Shanti's question, actually about what we can learn, I think it's actually also this back and forth. You know, I think in the West we can learn a lot from people in the global South, and in the same way it can go the other way around. I think the issue with professionals who are in the global South is often that they don't have a platform to actually, you know, talk about their observations. You know, what I have learned actually from colleagues and most importantly from people with lived experience, from families in Palestine and other settings, many times they have the answers to our sort of questions. And so having this openness of back and forth exchange. And lastly, I think I have just one comment on Antonio's question about sort of like crime and the different kinds of trauma that don't fall into this technical definition of war and conflict. I think there's so few of us out there who are interested in this. We cannot set more silos. And I think we all need to have a mechanism actually to work together. So for example, I think we need to be very flexible when we say armed in conflict, to say an internal strife, for example, or conflicts within, you know, internal conflicts within societies, not outside, not necessarily from like warring countries. And one of the, for example, examples about child soldiers and recruitments actually, it's not only among the oppressed that there are child, you know, that you might, or the weaker groups that may recruit children. We know that many militaries in the world, particularly dominant militaries, like in my countries, in Israel, I imagine in the United States and in Europe as well, children with neurodevelopmental conditions, particularly with autism, are being used actually to manage drones and high-tech data analysis and things like that. So it's not just recruitment into the armed fighting, but it's in the dominance systems and the surveillance systems that actually children who are in the autism spectrum are being recruited to do. So we need to have even a broader perspective about the recruitment of children into armed conflict and other systems of oppression that may not necessarily be a direct carrying a weapon, but other ways of oppressing other people. So, and obviously I think I may have opened a bigger can of worms in my questions, but maybe we can discuss them more in the afternoon. And I don't know if Salamanesh or anyone else has follow-ups, but I think it's time for our next session, right?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say that I have to run to another workshop. I'm doing the JMSD workshop as well, but I will follow up on the plenary sessions, on discussions after this. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias Ramzi y Salamanesh por las excelentes presentaciones. Yo no sé cuántos de ustedes tuvieron la oportunidad que tenemos hoy de viajar tan vertiginosamente de un lado a otra parte del planeta y además de sentirnos tan cerca de los diferentes conflictos que están atravesando los niños y niñas en distintas partes del mundo. Y uno se pregunta cuán lejos es lo lejano. Y hoy lo que estamos experimentando es que pese a las distancias, nos movemos de Etiopía, México, Palestina y otras zonas de conflicto, son muy cercanas a nosotros. Y una preocupación muy grande que tenemos en ISSOP es justamente aquellos profesionales o sociedades profesionales que están en una situación de anomia o de desconocimiento frente a la realidad que atraviesan los niños, supuestamente porque son distantes. Y desde nuestra perspectiva de la pediatría social, entendemos que este es un mundo global y cualquier situación que afecte a los chicos nos afecta a nosotros también, independientemente de donde estemos viviendo. Y en este viaje vertiginoso, que iremos alternando con presentaciones y preguntas, como dijo Salamanesh, por la tarde vamos a tener actividades de trabajo grupal, o sea que va a haber más participación, además de las preguntas que haremos al final de cada una de las presentaciones. Entonces, para ello, vamos a pasar al siguiente momento y ahora vamos a viajar a América Latina, concretamente a Colombia, y para ello vamos a invitar a dos colegas. En primer lugar, a María Lucía Mesa Rubio, que está acá y la vamos invitando. Y María Lucía es médica, pediatra de la Pontificia Universidad Javeriana, tiene un máster en Género, Sociedad y Política de Flaxo, candidata a maestría en bioética de la Universidad de los Andes, actualmente es ejecutiva principal de salud y nutrición en CAF, que es el Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe, que es una institución que apoya proyectos de financiamiento regional para fortalecer programas de salud y de desarrollo infantil temprano basados en la evidencia. Además, María Lucía es profesora clínica de Pediatría Social de la Facultad de Medicina de la Universidad de los Andes, más de 20 años de experiencia docente e investigadora. Ha trabajado en la implementación y evaluación de políticas y programas para la garantía de los derechos de la niñez en el Ministerio de Salud de Colombia y Agencias de Naciones Unidas y actualmente es integrante del board de ISSOP. Recientemente fue incorporada al comité ejecutivo. María Lucía. Paralelamente y a distancia, esto es totalmente mágico, lo tenemos a Ernesto Durán Strauch. Ernesto debía estar hoy acá, pero por el problema de Airbus y con las computadoras, su viaje fue cancelado y lo vamos a tener virtualmente. Pero prometió venir a Guatemala el día de mañana, así que vamos a estar todos esperándolo cuando llegue a la puerta del hotel y a recibirlo como se lo merece. Ernesto, si querés ir conectándote, y voy diciendo quién eres. Bueno, Ernesto Durán es médico pediatra, tiene una maestría en psicología comunitaria, otra en salud pública y doctorado en ciencias sociales, niñez y juventud, profesor asociado en el área de pediatría social del Departamento de Pediatría de la Facultad de Medicina de la Universidad Nacional de Colombia y coordinador del grupo de investigación del Observatorio sobre Infancia de esta universidad, investigador en Derechos de la Infancia, Pediatría Social, Cuidado Infantil y Políticas de Infancia, y miembro de la Sociedad Internacional de Pediatría Social, ISSOP, y vicepresidente regional, presidente regional de la filial Bogotá de la Sociedad Colombiana de Pediatría. Así que lo invitamos a Ernesto a sumarse. ¿Lo podemos ver?
Buen día. Buen día, ¿se escucha bien?
Te escuchamos bien, pero no te vemos aún. Por ahora es fantasía, ahora vas a aparecer. Ahí sí, ves que es una realidad, no es un robot. ¿Este es el control? ¿Sí?
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Raúl, por tu presentación. Contarles que va a empezar Ernesto porque apenas él termine, tiene que empezar a hacer su viaje, porque lo que hizo a Bianca es que le canceló su viaje el sábado y lo pasó para hoy y viaja a Bogotá, Nueva York, Guatemala, un viaje de 15 horas, así que inmensamente agradecidos de que Ernesto venga. Entonces, bienvenido y empezamos con Ernesto.
Bueno, gracias. Efectivamente, pues hubiera querido acompañarlos, pero bueno, estamos en la distancia. Somos un grupo latinoamericano de la ISO y somos parte del Grupo Mundial de ISO. Por favor, empezamos con la presentación.
Ya le están subiendo, Ernesto.
Ok.
Ya van a pasar tu presentación.
Si quieres, tú la vas pasando. Bueno. Bueno, ya Raúl nos presentó. Vamos a asumir el tema de los múltiples conflictos en la región. Con María Lucía estuvimos mirando la diversidad de situaciones conflictivas que vivimos en Latinoamérica y hemos, digamos, decidido presentar estas: la desigualdad, la violencia, las migraciones y la crisis ambiental en América Latina. La siguiente. Pues las fotos es para mostrar este tema de la desigualdad más allá de las cifras. Como ven en una de las diapositivas, se habla de 94 millones de niños, niñas y adolescentes en esta Latinoamérica viven en situación de pobreza, y ahí podemos ver las diferentes situaciones relacionadas con impactos en la vida cotidiana, con escuelas, con situación de niños con discapacidad en familias en condición de pobreza. Bueno, y particularmente dos poblaciones que viven este fenómeno de la desigualdad en toda la región, que son las comunidades indígenas, las comunidades negras, e igualmente la gran desigualdad urbana que se presenta en nuestras ciudades. En este caso, esa es de nuestra ciudad, con María Lucía, la ciudad de Bogotá, donde vemos ese contraste en un espacio muy cercano en nuestras ciudades latinoamericanas. La siguiente. Bueno, una gran desigualdad en este tema de la pobreza que ya hablábamos es la desigualdad entre los niños y el resto de la población. Como pueden ver ahí, mientras la pobreza total, pues por las estadísticas ya en América Latina, 27, 28%, la de los niños, menores de 15 años puede dar hasta 43, 41%. Por otro lado, otra gran desigualdad es la desigualdad rural-urbana. América Latina se está convirtiendo cada vez más en una región urbana, con una urbanización que ya llega por medio en la región al 80%. A nivel urbano, la pobreza entonces es 38% y es un 15 más la pobreza infantil rural. Y si hablamos de pobreza extrema, personas, niños que tienen menos de $2 al día para todo, pues vemos que mientras este es un porcentaje del 10% en la población general, en los niños es el 16%. Y cuando hablamos de servicios como protección social, vemos pues que hay un importante aporte a las personas en la vejez en cuanto a servicios de protección social, mientras en los niños pues esto es bastante menor. La siguiente. Bueno, aquí vemos entonces la desigualdad en esto de la pobreza expresada en diferentes edades, ¿no? Entonces, vemos que progresivamente en el transcurso de la vida la pobreza va disminuyendo y siempre es mayor en los grupos más jóvenes. En América Latina tenemos una situación de transición demográfica muy particular porque está disminuyendo la población de infancia y adolescencia y está aumentando entonces la población mayor de 60 años. Pero el problema es que siguen naciendo muchos niños, pero entre los contratos más pobres de la población. Nacen más niños donde menos posibilidades hay en las familias de sostenerlos y las familias de las clases medias y altas ya tienen ningún niño o uno o max o dos, y entonces eso da un promedio regional cercano a dos, un poco por encima, y en algunos países como el nuestro de 1.4 niños. Pero ese es un promedio porque se exacerba entonces estas desigualdades, diferencias. Las fotos van complementando pues, estas imágenes para no hablar solo de números. Siguiente. Bueno, como decíamos en particular, la población indígena tiene un nivel de desigualdad bien importante respecto al resto de la población. Ahí lo pueden ver en algunos países, en este estudio de la CEPAL. Vemos que si bien, bueno, no está Guatemala, pero por ejemplo en mi país, Colombia, pueden ver la gran brecha con un 61% de pobreza entre la población indígena versus un 29.5%. Y hay países con una brecha todavía mayor, como Brasil u otros de la región. Entonces tenemos que hay estas desigualdades y que afectan en particularmente eh, a las minorías étnicas. Una expresión de estas desigualdades es el acceso a servicios básicos como el agua y otros servicios de saneamiento como el alcantarillado. La siguiente, por favor. Bueno, vemos el tema, entonces vemos la desigualdad en el acceso a agua segura para beber entre las zonas rurales y las zonas urbanas. Igualmente, desigualdades a nivel de las escuelas, donde hay un 25% de las escuelas en Latinoamérica. Estos diapositivas que tienen este número arriba, que la mayoría son del informe sobre avances en los ODS en América Latina que presenta UNICEF en el año 2024. Pues vemos que el 25% de estos escuelas de la región no tienen agua adecuada para beber y servicios de saneamiento pues no tienen el 19% y no hay donde lavarse las manos adecuadamente en un 39%. Y vemos que una de cada dos personas no cuenta con accesos de saneamiento seguros, adecuados. Y un porcentaje, un número grande de personas, como ven, 8 millones, todavía están defecando al aire libre. Bueno, eso incluyendo muchos niños. La siguiente, por favor. Este estudio de precariedad habitacional que es muy interesante del grupo de Minugen, pues desafortunadamente no hay un estudio más reciente, muestra con unos criterios que se pueden ver a la mano derecha como saneamiento, hacinamiento, materiales, agua, energía, eh, pues las desigualdades en la vivienda urbana, que decíamos que era uno de los temas críticos, eh, y entonces más crítico como se ve es el hacinamiento. Y ustedes pueden ver en Guatemala que, por ejemplo, una vivienda sin déficit de ninguno de estos tipos es solamente una tercera parte y hay un 45,5 que tiene un déficit grave, o sea, falta de mínimas condiciones de calidad de la vivienda en la región urbana. La siguiente, respecto al tema nutricional, pues Guatemala tiene una situación muy crítica, es de las más preocupantes en la región hoy con Haití, y pues la gráfica de la derecha muestra precisamente un estudio interesante, pues que pues, no cubre sino hasta este periodo, pero que muestra hasta 2015 más o menos, pero me pareció importante porque me impactaron las diferencias entre población indígena y no indígena en cuanto a la situación de desnutrición crónica, de afectación en el crecimiento. Podemos ver que si bien han disminuido los índices de la población indígena, están entre el 50 y estaban en ese momento entre el 50 y el 60%, y había una brecha muy grande en los estratos altos y bajos, eh, y bueno, y en todas las poblaciones, no solamente poblaciones indígenas. Entonces, en América Latina, como pueden ver, tenemos diferentes situaciones, pero hay 5,7 millones de niños con desnutrición crónica y también está aumentando el tema del sobrepeso. Pues tenemos una desnutrición crónica que, como muestra el gráfico, tiende a mantenerse a través del tiempo, con mejoría en algunos países y otros que no mejoran, incluso deterioro, y aumento del sobrepeso en todas las edades. Bueno, y también una presencia importante, pues, de nutrición aguda. Ahí pueden ver que el sobrepeso, por ejemplo, es mayor en el Caribe y la desnutrición crónica es mayor en Centroamérica y México. Vemos temas de la lactancia que también son preocupantes, y temas de la diversidad alimentaria mínima, donde solamente el 62% de los niños eh, en los primeros meses de vida reciben esa diversidad alimentaria que era de esperar, ya que nos queda cerca de un 40% en la región que no lo están recibiendo. La siguiente, en salud vemos brechas importantes en cuanto a dos indicadores: la tasa de mortalidad neonatal y la tasa de fecundidad adolescente. Entonces ahí pueden ver diferentes países, incluida Guatemala, países con una situación muy crítica, como decíamos hoy, como Haití, donde pues hay una altísima mortalidad neonatal y mortalidad infantil por las condiciones. También países de la región como Guyana viven estas situaciones. Entonces tenemos primero unas grandes brechas y también unas tasas de mortalidad que preocupan para todos los estratos, desde luego. Pues estamos lejos de la mortalidad que logran otros países del mundo, del llamado primer mundo, y tenemos unas diferencias bien importantes. E igualmente ocurre con la fecundidad adolescente. La siguiente, por favor. En educación, aquí vemos las brechas entre comunidad indígena y el resto de la comunidad eh, no indígena ni afrodescendiente. Entonces podemos ver brechas importantes que básicamente pues, se mantienen a través del tiempo. Perdón, en la gráfica de la derecha era desempeño bajo en matemáticas, desempleo infantil. Pero bueno, hay unas pruebas que se hacen en algunos países de la región, que se hacen en otras partes del mundo, que son las pruebas PISA. Y esto es para mostrar el tema de la calidad de la educación, que también tiene mucho que ver con el desarrollo, desde luego. Entonces, vemos que mientras el promedio en todos los países de la muestra es mucho más bajo en cuanto a bajo desempeño, en América Latina tenemos brechas de este tipo, desde 88%, 89%, 98% de bajo desempeño entre los más pobres, eh, y entre los más ricos, pues desempeños que llegan incluso hasta el bajo desempeño solamente 34 o 30%, pero en los estratos más ricos de la población. O sea, dos brechas en el acceso a la educación y en la calidad de la educación, o por lo menos en los resultados educativos. La siguiente. Y para finalizar, entonces, el tema del desarrollo, que es el tema central del Congreso. Ahí está este estudio PRIDI de Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Panamá, Paraguay y Perú, que muestra en diferentes campos, como ustedes pueden ver. Tenemos en el campo motor, en el campo del lenguaje, en el campo cognitivo, en el campo social, pues una diferencia. La brecha más grande se da, como muestra la balanza de la derecha, en el desarrollo del lenguaje, en la cual a los 5 años puede haber una diferencia de 16 meses en el nivel de lenguaje esperado. Y aquí vemos las brechas de la desigualdad en América Latina en diferentes áreas. Lo preocupante es que empiezan en la primera infancia, pero se van haciendo mayores en la infancia y en la adolescencia, en este estudio de medicina que básicamente se hizo en países de Centroamérica. La siguiente. En otro de los estudios citados por Messina, él plantea, muestra estas dos situaciones. Hay otros también estudios muy interesantes, por ejemplo, en Honduras, en otros países de la región, en la exposición de niños, por ejemplo, al lenguaje, al número de palabras. Aquí está el tiempo que los padres dedican. Pues si hay menos tiempo, pues hay menos exposición, menor estimulación para su desarrollo. Y miren que hay una brecha en el tiempo que los padres pueden dedicar o dedican a sus niños entre los de ingresos más altos y los ingresos más bajos. E igualmente, un tema que afecta claramente el desarrollo, como el castigo físico. Vemos la brecha en 3 países de la región, entre bajos y medianos ingresos, de qué padres aplican más el castigo físico. Y por último, este estudio de mi país, que está todavía en desarrollo, un estudio aquí en la ciudad de Bogotá, donde se ha seguido esta cohorte de niños hasta el 2023, y ya con niños de 6 a 8 años, ahí pueden ver las pruebas. Como ven que se plantea, es una cohorte interesante, de estratos 1, 2 y 3, ni siquiera son los estratos más altos, y hay unas diferencias significativas entre el estrato 1 y el estrato 3, que sería algo así como clase media baja, el estrato 3. O sea, ya entre esos estratos, no están los más altos, hay una brecha que ellos calculan del 40% en el desarrollo principalmente cognitivo y del lenguaje entre uno y otro estrato. Entonces, esto es lo que nos está dejando la desigualdad en el tema del desarrollo infantil. Continuemos. Perdón, esta era la imagen. Es que estoy aquí mirando en otra pantalla porque estoy exponiendo en una y mirando en otra. Pues ahí está el estudio de Bogotá, y que muestra la brecha, como les decía, finalmente del 40%. La siguiente, por favor. No sé si ahora sí.
Muchas gracias, Ernesto. Entonces, cuando nosotros estuvimos planeando esta conversación, la idea era que Ernesto presentara el contexto de lo que estaba ocurriendo en Latinoamérica desde los determinantes sociales o desde las diferentes miradas o posibilidades de niñas y niños, Y ahora, mientras hacíamos el cambio de presentación, que muchas gracias, ya está el cambio, Ernesto nos va a hablar ahora sobre qué está ocurriendo con las violencias, cuál es el conflicto interno que ocurre en nuestra región, para luego aterrizarlo de alguna manera en cómo lo vamos a ver desde otras miradas. Entonces, adelante, Ernesto.
Bueno, entonces continúo con este otro gran conflicto. Ya hablamos de violencias del conflicto armado, que vamos a mencionar algo que afecta de alguna manera en la región, pero aquí tenemos pues las violencias en sentido general. Vemos, por ejemplo, este dato de la parte inferior de UNICEF, de que 2 de cada 3 niños de América Latina, ya 66% de los niños latinoamericanos, digamos, sufren a nivel de su hogar alguna forma de violencia, sea violencia física o violencia psicológica u otro tipo de violencia. Vemos también que 1 de cada 5 mujeres y 1 de cada 10 hombres denuncian haber sufrido abusos sexuales en la infancia. Y vemos el tema de la violencia en América Latina, que es a donde más se produce muertes por asesinato de adolescentes en el mundo, que es 4 veces superior a la que se presenta en las demás regiones, viendo entonces a partir de los 14, de los 15 años, la violencia, el asesinato, bueno, la principal causa de muerte en la región para adolescentes. La siguiente. Bueno, las imágenes es para mostrar las múltiples violencias que vemos. La violencia intrafamiliar que sufren fundamentalmente las mujeres, pero que sabemos que impacta significativamente a los niños, formas de castigo físico que se usan en la región, el cinturón que a todos nos asustó cuando niño, ya sea para la amenaza o efectivamente hacerlo efectivo contra nosotros. Es una herencia, incluso se ha mencionado del esclavismo, ¿no? Los esclavistas usaban látigos y este tipo de cosas contra los esclavos, y eso pues hoy se usa contra los niños, ¿no? Y la parte de abajo también quiere mencionar dos situaciones que son parte de prácticas culturales también, para decir que hay formas en la cultura, la del niño que tiene sus nalguitas quemadas, pues corresponde a una práctica. Por lo menos estas son fotos de mi país, de un hospital nuestro donde trabajamos, un hospital pues, donde la universidad hace su actividad, el Hospital de la Misericordia en Bogotá. Los ponen en una plancha caliente para que el niño aprenda a controlar esfínteres. Otra práctica que también se da, también sabemos en otras partes de la región y del mundo, es que el niño que toma dinero le ponen las manos sobre algo caliente para castigarlo. Entonces, este tipo de cosas todavía lo seguimos viendo. Son parte, desafortunadamente, de nuestra cultura violenta. La siguiente. Bueno, perdón, la anterior. Bueno, aquí hay otras violencias, las violencias de los pies de los caminantes. También hay que decir que la violencia policial es un problema en nuestra región, pero también tenemos explotación sexual, trata de personas y toda esta violencia por vía virtual que está aumentando en el mundo y en la región. El tema de las barras bravas, para decir la diversidad de violencias, porque podríamos hacer un gran mosaico para ver cómo todo esto afecta a nuestra niñez, digamos. Bueno, ahora sí vemos la violencia de género ejercida por sus parejas. Generalmente, por lo menos en el caso del embarazo adolescente o el embarazo en la infancia, son parejas con una gran diferencia de edad, son claramente casos de abuso infantil. Vemos la violencia doméstica que ya mencionamos, y 1 de cada 2 niños sufre castigo físico, a pesar de que la región ha avanzado y tiene en varios países de la región eh, prohibición del castigo físico y los tratos crueles, inhumanos y degradantes, los seguimos viendo, y tenemos pues la cantidad de adolescentes que sufren, sobre todo las niñas, que sufren violencia sexual en el momento en la región. Y vemos pues el número también de muertes violentas, de feminicidios y de abusos sexuales que se dan contra la población femenina, que también muestra entonces una inequidad en las formas de violencia. Mientras los hombres adolescentes mueren generalmente en la calle, asesinados, las mujeres y jóvenes adolescentes, el lugar más peligroso es la casa, porque es a donde sufren violencias, feminicidio, abusos, etcétera. Entonces, otras diferencias de género, otras inequidades, digamos. Digamos. Bueno, el uso de las armas que tanto circulan por la región, que tanto se trafican, se tramitan en la región, el tema del bullying, el matoneo en nuestros países, que supera en general el 30%, es el promedio. Hay países como Dominicana que en este momento tienen un promedio más alto, Colombia también tiene un promedio más alto del 30%. Eh, También tenemos el tema de los niños institucionalizados y habría que ver esto de las instituciones de protección, si hay violencia. Tenemos otra vez el tema de los niños migrantes y en este caso pues toda la violencia que sufren en las diferentes fronteras, como en este caso en la foto en la frontera norte, en este encuentro asimétrico entre los poderosos y los niños que solo buscan un lugar mejor. La siguiente. Bueno, esto para hablar del crimen organizado, pues, no es fácil encontrar cifras sobre el tema de cuántos niños pueden pertenecer a las bandas, pero sabemos que hay regiones críticas como Centroamérica, México en este momento. eh, Perdón que no me entró. Bueno, espero, no sé, apagué antes, voy a tratar de acelerar. La anterior, quería mostrar, bueno, esta frase, la anterior era bueno, de un integrante del Comité de Derechos de los Niños que recientemente ingresó, que es Rosalía Correa de Panamá. Dice, en los barrios olvidados de América Latina, donde las luces de la ciudad se pierden por los callejones, en donde apenas rozan la oscuridad, se desarrolla una lucha silenciosa entre la esperanza de muchos niños, niñas y adolescentes de encontrar un entorno seguro donde vivir en paz y el crimen organizado transnacional con sus tentáculos que se extienden en la economía, la política y la vida cotidiana, infiltrándose de manera estratégica a través de la corrupción, extorsión, lavado de dinero, control de mercados ilícitos y manipulación de comunidades. Ese es un tema creciente, preocupante. El tema de Haití, pues es en este momento el más grave, pero ahí vemos Brasil, vemos Colombia, vemos México, e incluso el caso de México. Aquí se están viendo estas organizaciones que está creando la sociedad para defenderse de los grupos armados, organizaciones que llamaríamos paramilitares, con niños, como ven, de edades muy pequeñas. La siguiente, por favor. Bueno, entonces la inseguridad ciudadana, la exposición de los niños a las armas en su contexto familiar, incluso el juego con las armas que también es tan frecuente en la región. Estas navidades siempre tenemos que recordar que no, las armas no son juguetes. Ahora tenemos videojuegos cada vez más sofisticados con armas. Bueno, y ahí pueden ver entonces el tal crecimiento del crimen, los datos del crimen en nuestra región. La siguiente. Y ya por último, pues ya hablaron los colegas, creo que es suficiente sobre el tema. Pues tenemos el conflicto armado. Estas son imágenes del conflicto armado en Colombia, que hemos vivido por más de 60 años, con unos procesos de paz que no han culminado del todo. Y vemos algunas de las exposiciones. En Colombia hay una unidad de víctimas que cuenta el número de víctimas. En este momento ya vamos en más de 8 millones, estamos llegando a 9 millones de víctimas, 3 millones de ellos cuando fueron niños del conflicto armado, de diferentes sucesos, como se mencionan ahí, diferentes hechos victimizantes, los llaman nuestra organización, afectaciones a las escuelas, afectaciones, el desplazamiento, que es el problema principal, el abuso sexual, el reclutamiento, desde luego, el secuestro y varias otras que vamos a ver a continuación. Sigamos. Bueno, ahí están los impactos sobre la niñez. Vemos los resultados de las minas antipersonales que hoy desafortunadamente se exportan a otros países de la región. Minas que pues pisan fácilmente los niños en su exploración. Pues vemos amputaciones, niños que conviven con la muerte, con niños desplazados, traumas físicos, entonces familias destruidas por muertes, por migraciones, uno de orfandad, muerte de uno de los padres, los dos padres, discapacidades, abusos que se dan de todo tipo, pero también abusos de poder, afectaciones en la salud mental, pérdidas de escolaridad, afectaciones en las relaciones interpersonales, las comunidades se fragmentan, se dividen, se vuelven, digamos, el mundo muy cerrado de la familia, con un temor a relacionarse con los demás, se desarrollan en los niños actitudes bélicas, miedos. Hay una expresión que me ha gustado, por el derecho a no tener miedo, que creo que es importante en este momento defenderle en América Latina. Bueno, estos son los impactos del conflicto. La siguiente ya para terminar. Bueno, el impacto que va dejando en la niñez. Pues, a mí me gusta mucho esta forma en que alguna vez lo publicó en UNICEF Colombia. Esta guerra no es nuestra, se llamaba el libro, y era un niño que decía así literalmente, esta guerra no es nuestra y la estamos perdiendo. Entonces decir que la violencia pues no es de ellos, no viene de los niños, ni la del conflicto armado, ni la de las bandas, ni la violencia en la escuela, ni la violencia intradomiciliaria, etcétera. Pero hoy tiene graves afectaciones. Me llamó la atención los dos dibujos de arriba, corresponden a esta técnica. En Colombia la usamos mucho para que los niños expresen cómo han vivido todo esto de la violencia. Estas dos de arriba corresponden a Guatemala. Los niños expresan ahí lo que han vivido, lo que perciben de la violencia. La del lado izquierdo inferior corresponde a México y esta pues corresponde a los muchos trabajos que se han hecho, que hemos hecho también en Colombia, de un niño pues que expresa en palabras lo duro que es vivir temas como el secuestro, etcétera, y todo el impacto. Entonces, desde luego que hay una gran interrogante aquí. ¿Qué futuro puede tener esta generación que hoy vive esta exposición a la violencia? Y desde luego una invitación que creo que será reiterada en el Congreso a buscar mecanismos, caminos, redes, solidaridades para romper estos ciclos de violencia en nuestra región. Y yo termino, muchas gracias. Sigue María Lucía. Espero mañana vernos.
Gracias, Ernesto, por tu presentación. Puedes tomar los preparativos e ir al aeropuerto para tomar tu vuelo, así te esperamos mañana. Y bueno, les vamos a proponer lo siguiente. Ahora María Lucía va a hacer su presentación un poco más dinámica y más acelerada para luego tener tiempo para ir a tomar un café, relajarnos un poco y vamos a luego a dar continuación a las siguientes presentaciones. Así que María Lucía, estás invitada. ¿Cómo lo están pasando? How are you? Fine. Ok. Luego de la presentación de María Lucía vamos a tener un espacio para preguntas también.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias de verdad por su atención. No es un orgullo presentar estas realidades de la región y tener como gran ejemplo mi país, que creo que ha vivido un tiempo doloroso desde hace tanto tiempo que estamos en conflicto y que con las realidades de la vida estas cosas se agudizan y van adquiriendo otros matices en el marco de esa misma historia tan compleja. La niñez migrante en la región también representa un conflicto importante para nosotros. Las vulnerabilidades creo que no son ajenas, todos las hemos leído, estudiado, las conocemos, en donde hay toda clase de violencias a las que se ven expuestos niñas y niños, principalmente las niñas, violencias sexuales, violencias de género, violencias de explotación, violencias y riesgos de tráfico, de toda clase de abusos, pero también violencias de hambre, de no educación, de no juego y de miedo, como lo decía hace un rato Ernesto. En ese orden de ideas, tampoco tenemos vías seguras de alguna manera para la migración en ningún país, en ninguna parte. Y probablemente también es un derecho para la población migrante el poder ir teniendo unas nuevas rutas o maneras de llegar a otros sitios en donde puedan encontrar lo que realmente ese sueño que los invita a migrar se cumpla. Estamos ahorita enfrentando un fenómeno distinto, un fenómeno complejo que es la migración inversa a raíz del endurecimiento de la política pública con la población migrante, principalmente en los Estados Unidos. Entonces lo que estamos viendo ahora es que toda esta población que migró durante tantos años al norte y al sur, y principalmente al norte, está regresando por las mismas rutas y encontrando algunas nuevas y volviéndose a exponer a esas mismas vulneraciones a las que ya estuvieron previamente expuestos. Nuestra migración, y por el sitio en donde queda Colombia, que es en toda la parte norte de Latinoamérica, estamos al lado de Venezuela, que tuvo una situación muy compleja para su población y que desde hace más o menos unos 8 años tiene unas migraciones inmensamente grandes. Colombia es el país de tránsito para ir al norte, para ir al sur o para quedarse en nuestro país. Entonces, vivir 2 veces este drama ha sido realmente grave. Las cifras son inmensas de las personas que retornan, y quise traer este mapa de la migración inversa porque estamos en Guatemala, estamos en Mesoamérica, y esto es lo que caminan o lo que navegan o lo que vuelan las personas migrantes para encontrar un futuro diferente al que tienen en ese momento. Hay un sitio muy complejo en la frontera entre Colombia y Panamá que se llama el Darién, que es una selva húmeda tremendamente agresiva, muchos dicen que más agresiva que la Amazonía misma, por sus condiciones tan complejas en donde las personas transitan y nadie sabe cuánta gente realmente camina por ahí y logra llegar al otro lado. Además, hacen un tránsito a través del mar, en embarcaciones nada seguras, en donde sabemos de algunos naufragios, pero no necesariamente de todas. Y ahora que están regresando han encontrado una nueva ruta por el Pacífico, en donde llegan al Chocó colombiano, que es el Pacífico, es la parte pacífica de Colombia, que también es una selva húmeda, donde hay minería. Entonces tienen unas expectativas también diferentes, donde creen que van a encontrar trabajo. En ese orden de ideas me tomé el atrevimiento de imaginar una definición sobre el conflicto, más allá del conflicto armado, más allá del conflicto que implica la migración misma, y es como esa tensión y dinámica que surge cuando actores con diferentes necesidades, identidades o expectativas, y subrayo poderes, diferentes poderes, interactúan en un entorno en donde los recursos materiales, simbólicos o afectivos son percibidos como insuficientes o inequitativos. Hace poco, y en otro contexto, estábamos en una reunión académica hablando de las relaciones de poder, y en ese entorno llegamos a la conclusión que no había relaciones sin poder, sin diferencias de poder, sin asimetrías. Y cuando las asimetrías se convierten en estas magnitudes, en un contexto en donde el coyote, como se llaman las personas que ayudan a las personas a migrar, tienen tanto poder, poca cultura, y crecieron en esos entornos violentos que nos mostraba ahorita Ernesto, luego su forma de relacionarse es esa, la violencia, hace que todo esto se agudice y que el tema para la población migrante y sobre todo para la niñez migrante sea un tema tan difícil y tan complejo. Es así como vemos que hay una serie de conflictos que se superponen, que hay como una interfase de conflictos que se van sumando más allá del drama de lo que tienen que vivir y que ya todos lo tenemos en el imaginario gracias a las noticias o a lo que vemos en televisión. Esos conflictos estructurales donde está la pobreza de la que ya nos hablaron, en donde están esos conflictos territoriales o geopolíticos que son también por el territorio, por el agua, por la presencia. Muchas veces se encuentran en zonas cuando están migrando por la Amazonía, se encuentran principalmente, hay zonas de explotación ilegal de la minería, en donde es otro tipo de violencia por el territorio a la que también se ven enfrentadas todas estas personas que migran principalmente con sus hijas y sus hijos, ¿no? Y niños y niñas de muy corta edad, en donde la primera infancia también está siendo víctima de todas estas realidades. Y por eso pongo los conflictos familiares y de alguna manera los biográficos, la referencia, el arraigo. ¿Qué pasa cuando migran solamente con su mamá, cuando migran solitas o solitos, con la tía, con el primo? Que es una cosa que vemos con muchísima frecuencia. Entonces aparece otro tipo de conflicto que empieza a ser también su historia, por decirlo así, en la biografía de cada persona. Y eso va a ser el resultado de nuestra forma de relacionarnos o de su forma de relacionarse una vez van llegando, van creciendo, van estando en los diferentes escenarios. Y definitivamente los conflictos institucionales, muchas gracias, los conflictos institucionales en ¿dónde están las redes de cuidado? ¿Qué pasa entonces con toda la necesidad que sabemos quienes estamos acá de esa primera infancia y de los escolares y adolescentes para desarrollarse de manera integral? Yo lo llamo un poco los laberintos de la protección, porque nuestros países en su mayoría somos frágiles en poder articular los sistemas de protección. Entonces, en unos países con sistemas desarticulados, tenemos niñas y niños transitando que además no tienen la nacionalidad de ese país. ¿Qué vamos a hacer por su presente? Recordemos que la niñez y los futuros empiezan hoy. Esto es un poco lo que venía comentando, y lo que quiero aquí resaltar es la necesidad y la invitación a que investiguemos y diseñemos política pública en este sentido, que la narrativa de derechos de niñas y niños que nosotros tenemos efectivamente influya y sirva para que podamos hacer un análisis desde la perspectiva realmente humanitaria. Esto ya lo conversé, resaltar cómo niñas, adolescentes son principales víctimas de este flagelo, y en el mundo de la explotación y la violencia sexual hay muchos embarazos, obviamente no planeados, que tampoco tienen la atención que deberían tenerse durante el recorrido, es decir, sus controles, el parto, la seguridad. La cooperación internacional ayuda un montón, así la cooperación sobre todo de las agencias de Naciones Unidas y otras ONGs han ayudado muchísimo en este sentido, pero sigue siendo un problema importante. Costa Rica, Panamá y Colombia hacia este año hicieron un informe muy importante en donde muestran todo el tema de derechos vulnerados, dan un enfoque de región de esa Mesoamérica y Colombia, en donde se necesita un sistema de justicia y de protección, como lo había dicho previamente, y quisiéramos ver a una niñez migrante que en cualquier país pudiera tener la sonrisa de esta niña y que pudiera efectivamente estudiar, vivir de manera saludable, tener la protección que necesita de parte de los estados y definitivamente poder fortalecer esas redes de apoyo indispensables. Con eso termino esta parte de migración. Raúl, quería preguntarte si paro o sigo con los otros 10 minutos que tenía. Sigo. Ok, entonces por favor, la siguiente, muchas gracias. ¿Qué hicimos ahí? Lo que ahora voy a mostrar tiene todo que ver con cambio climático y conflicto, que se suma a todas estas realidades que se venían manejando, desde las violencias estructurales, el conflicto armado que vivimos los países. ¿Qué pasa con el fenómeno migratorio que llegó para quedarse, que no es un fenómeno, que es una realidad efectivamente que ya tenemos en nuestros países, en el mundo entero, y que va a seguir sucediendo y que tenemos que aprender a respetar y vivir la migración? Que efectivamente hay unas personas que probablemente ayudan a que la xenofobia aumente o a que haya problemas graves, existen, pero la gran mayoría, como en el mundo, son personas y somos personas buenas que queremos hacerlo mejor. En ese orden de ideas, entonces, ¿qué pasa con el cambio climático? Creo que ahora más que nunca sabemos y estamos claramente sensibilizados con esta realidad. Cuando yo empezaba a hablar de cambio climático en la universidad, yo hablaba con mis estudiantes no hace tantos años que esa era una realidad de las nuevas generaciones, etcétera. No, es una realidad de todas y todos hoy, lo estamos viviendo cada año, cada periodo de huracanes, cada periodo de lluvias, cada periodo de sequías, cada vez aumenta el conflicto que genera las tensiones de lo que hace también el cambio climático con nosotras y nosotros. Los pediatras, quienes trabajamos con la niñez, tenemos el gran reto de contribuir para que esta generación crezca comprendiendo y sabiendo la importancia de tener que mitigar y adaptarse a esta realidad. Es así como también empezamos a relacionarlo como cambio climático también es una superposición de conflictos que afecta las condiciones de vida. Bogotá, mi ciudad, cuando yo era una niña, era una ciudad fría, en donde teníamos que usar siempre suéter y abrigo, y hoy en día, pues las adolescentes felices pueden estar en ombliguera o como es la moda hoy, mucho más libres, porque Bogotá tiene ahora un clima agradable, pero gravísimo, porque eso quiere decir que estamos cerca a la erosión, estamos cerca a tener muchos problemas porque vivimos en una montaña, ¿no? Entonces, con estos cambios también tenemos muchos riesgos. Pongo ejemplo a Bogotá porque ahí vivo, pero nos pasa a todas y todos en todas las regiones. Lo estamos viviendo ahorita con lo que estamos viendo en las noticias que sucede en Oriente, las grandes inundaciones, las muertes, las pérdidas, las personas desaparecidas. Una redistribución desigual, efectivamente, de todos los daños y también de los beneficios, generalmente, y como suele pasar, quien está en mayor vulnerabilidad tiene un mayor riesgo de tener más problemas y de perderlo todo, de perder la escuela, de perder la familia, de perder sus juguetes, de perder sus amigas y sus amigos, o de tener que irse cada familia para un lado diferente. Y esto también produce una serie de tensiones. Se necesitan recursos, se necesita política pública, se necesitan muchas intervenciones para poder responder efectivamente al cambio climático, pero sobre todo para adaptarnos, para prevenir y para mitigar esas realidades. Esta es una foto reciente de lo que está ocurriendo ahorita en Oriente, que es gravísimo. Y entonces la niñez se convierte más bien es como en un sensor temprano de estos conflictos climáticos. Si nosotros miramos desde la niñez, desde niñas y niños, ¿qué vamos a hacer? Pues muy seguramente la política pública le va a servir a todas las personas. La política pública le va a servir al desarrollo humano, la política pública le va a servir al desarrollo del mismo país, porque si tempranamente trabajamos con niñas y niños para que estén saludables, puedan estudiar, estén bien nutridos, haya seguridad alimentaria, pues lo que viene tendrá menos riesgo para cada uno de nosotros. Y acá enumeré igualmente los conflictos que podrían nacer a raíz de todo esto, o que vivimos ya a raíz de todo esto del cambio climático, como son esas tensiones por los recursos, esas tensiones territoriales por el desplazamiento y el necesario por los desastres naturales, deben moverse de sitio, culturales y de la misma identidad de uno mismo y de la propia comprensión del yo. ¿Qué pasa cuando yo nací en algún lugar,
il 3 mattina
se
per
derrumba,
Parigi
se
e
inunda
rientro
o
il
pasa
5
algo
sera?
con mi sitio
No,
de
il 6
vivienda
sera.
y tengo que moverme a otro sitio y volver a entrar a un colegio con unos
Dopodomani.
niños que yo no conocía? ¿Qué pasa ahí? Conflictos culturales definitivamente, conflictos institucionales y de gobernanza, necesidad de hacer
Direi di
protocollos,
sì, se non
necesidad
altro
de
per dare il
trabajar.
cambio delle
Es triste
cose
cuando oímos
sporche
que
o
cada
pulite.
año
Io le
se
ho
inunda
portate
el mismo
tutte,
sitio
però
en cada uno de
potrebbero,
nuestros países
potrebbe
y
essere
siempre
necessario
decimos
portarsi
que
indietro
nos
pure da
tenemos que
lavare.
preparar para el siguiente año y se sigue inundando. Y claramente los conflictos socioemocionales y biográficos que tienen que ver con cada
Tutte
persona,
quelle che ho
que
io
tienen que
le
ver
ho
con esa
portate, non ne
sensación
ho
de un
altre.
futuro
Ho due camicie da
amenazado.
notte,
Viene
ma
todo el tema de la
attualmente lei va
ecoansiedad, que
coi
es un nuevo
pigiami.
término en salud mental, y todo lo que en salud mental esto está representando, como todas las conferencias anteriores, en donde sí claramente el llamado a la acción en salud mental y salud física
Loro
es
non
fundamental,
fanno grossi problemi di orario. Domenica io sono stata tranquillamente fino alle 2, anzi, erano molto contente del fatto che gli
manejar
dessi da
esta
mangiare
carga
io.
emocional desigual que
Cioè,
generan
sono
estos
molto,
problemas. La
almeno con
propuesta para la
me,
reflexión,
cortesi e
pensemos en la justicia
disponibili.
ambiental, pensemos en la ética intergeneracional, en donde la
È
justicia ambiental tiene
possibile,
todo que ver con la
non lo
equidad,
so,
la
questo c'ha
intergeneracional
sempre il suo
con
perché
tener en
dopo la storia
cuenta a cada
dell'Inps.
persona, con tener en
Ho
cuenta a cada
capito
niño,
alcune
cada
cose.
niña, cada adolescente, cómo cree
Comunque
que
sì,
puede mejorar
loro non
esta
sono
situación.
molto
Entonces,
fiscali.
aquí está el resumen
Però
de lo que
ecco, se
acabo
tu
de
vai alle 9
conversar, que
e
seguramente se
l'ingresso alle
compartirá en las
4 del pomeriggio,
presentaciones, y
magari qualche
muchísimas
cosa
gracias por el
ti
espacio y la
possono dire,
atención.
ma se gli porti la roba
Gracias,
pulita sono
María
sempre
Lucía.
molto vicini. E se gli porti via quella sporca pure.
Y gracias por la velocidad. Le puso
Sì,
el
se la trovi,
acelerador
quella sporca è
high
nella
speed.
parte più bassa
La propuesta es la siguiente, vamos a hacer un break, vamos a tomar un
come si chiama,
café,
dell'armadietto,
relajarnos y
insomma, che
hacer
sta
un
in
poco
camera di
de
mamma.
pausa activa y luego si hay algunas preguntas podemos destinar unos minutos también para
Ok,
hacerle preguntas a María
grazie.
Lucía, quien va a responder también si hay alguna pregunta para Ernesto. Así que estamos todos invitados a tomar un café, nos están esperando ya.
Mhm.
Gracias.
Tu ovviamente sei libero di andare quando vuoi. Io sto... eh, quello che riesci a fare va sempre bene, ovviamente. E di che? Grazie a te. Altrettanto, ciao. Ciao ciao.
Okay. May I ask you to please take your seats? Now Jeff is also sitting down. So now Raul is standing up. Okay. No, it's still good morning. Yeah. Some more coming in. It's my pleasure to introduce to you Professor Colleen Kraft. Colleen is a professor at the Keck School of Medicine at the University of South California and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. Colleen has many titles and a long CV, and I won't read everything because I want us to discuss a lot and listen from her. But she is interested in including technology and development pediatrics and primary pediatrics in her research and in her work. And she is also a former president of the American Academy of Pediatrics, and during that tenure, she was fundamental in protecting the rights of children that were suffering due to the migration to the US, and she will discuss that aspect a bit more in detail today. So Colleen, please, the floor is yours.
There we go. And thank you, and it's great to see everybody here. A big welcome from Los Angeles, where several of our faculty and several of my training residents who work with our migrant children in the United States are here. And it's so important that we begin to get involved with our families very early on, even in training. My colleague Dodie Meyer, who is a professor of pediatrics at Columbia University, was not able to make it, and I have some of her slides because we're going to talk a little bit about the problem, but also solutions that are happening at the level of institutions and the pediatricians in the United States. So let's start off with the United States, which has been an absolute mess since January of 2025. We have had cuts in our immunizations. We have had all kinds of havoc wreaked at the border. We have had this new generation of ICE, which is an army that is attacking everybody who is brown. It does not matter if you are an undocumented immigrant or a legal immigrant or a United States citizen, you are being attacked in the United States right now. Well, the Kaiser Family Foundation has really looked at this and has talked about living in an undocumented immigrant family under the second Trump administration and looking at fear and uncertainty and impacts on health and well-being. We know right now that children in immigrant families, 1 out of every 4 children in the United States right now is a child living in an immigrant family. And there are varying legal protections. 16 million lack legal status in the United States, and 50% of global refugees are children. And this is very prevalent in the Los Angeles metro area where I am from, where we have 4.4 million immigrants, 33% of our total population. These are our neighbors, these are our friends, these are our workers. So looking in New York City, more than 223 migrants have arrived in New York City since 2022, and 42% applied for the temporary protected status because of ongoing horrors in their home country. 95% are struggling to find work. 85% are families with children. So let's talk about some of the definitions of people who come to the United States from other countries. There is something called temporary protected status, which is when a migrant family comes because of asylum, because of fear of violence in another country. Temporary protected status, TPS, offers that temporary relief from deportation and work authorization in the United States. Asylum, coming to another country because you fear of violence in your home country, provides that permanent protection from persecution in one's home country and a path to permanent residency and eventual citizenship. A green card is the next step, When you go through the process and you meet with your immigration officials and you are here because of asylum, you will get a green card, which makes you a permanent resident and allows you to live and work in the United States legally. And from there, you can go on to become a U.S. citizen, which is the right to vote, to hold public office, to access various benefits, including Social Security and public education. We have a group of children who were brought to the United States before 2007, and they are in a category called the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals. These were children brought to the United States before age 16, and they have a special status as well, too, in the United States. The problem is, under the Trump administration, nobody in these categories has any special status right now, including citizens. 47.1 million immigrants are residing in the United States, and many undocumented immigrants live with families that may have somebody with temporary protected status. They may have U.S. citizens. They may have people who are in the green card category. But 1 in 4 children have an immigrant parent. That sets up a really horrible situation in the United States right now because of this. When we talked earlier about war in other countries, this is what we saw outside one of our clinic windows this year in July. These are the Immigration and Customs Enforcement and the National Guard at a park across the street from our clinic. And if you feel like you are entering a war zone, you in fact are doing that in Los Angeles here. Because the people who are being picked up are everybody in those categories. People who are undocumented, people who are here and meeting with immigration officials, and even U.S. citizens. One of my nurses was driving home one night, taking his 9-year-old home from soccer practice, and he was stopped by one of these ICE agents who came behind him in a police car. They made him get out of the car, they handcuffed him, and they took him away and left his 9-year-old in the car by himself. Fortunately, the 9-year-old knew the phone was there. He called his mother, he called the 911, and they were able to get my nurse out of detention. Now, my nurse was born in the United States and is a U.S. citizen. And even he was picked up by ICE. Because in the United States right now, it doesn't matter what your immigrant status is. The rhetoric is that these people are illegal and unlawful and criminals. And the fact is they're picking up U.S. citizens because they're brown. So it is hatred, it is prejudice, and this is what we are battling now in the United States with everybody. There have been arrests at what we call sensitive locations. This is where people are going to see their immigration attorney. We are looking out for schools and clinics. We have been very, very proactive in keeping our families safe, coming to clinic, coming to schools, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that later. But it is everybody who's targeted. It's immigrants of all statuses, children, pregnant women. We have seen in Chicago, which is one of our northern cities, children who were picked up in the middle of the night with their apartments raided and zip-tied and detained and deported. So really terrible things, and we really are looking at deportation without something called due process in the United States, which means that you may be detained, but then you have your day in court to show that you have been here legally, that you are making the steps to stay here legally. That is not happening. We've had children as young as 4 years old with cancer who have been detained and deported without due process. And then we look at deaths in ICE custody, Immigration and Customs Enforcement. We have the highest number of deaths in custody due to lack of medical care, dehydration and lack of food, poor sanitary conditions, falsification of medical records. And so we look at half of our immigrants that are worried about detention and deportation or revocation of a legal status. We have a third who've said they have already experienced negative health impacts. These are people who are in the United States legally as immigrants. We have 1 in 5 who are not going to school. not going to church. In July of this year, we had a 40% drop in the number of our families coming to clinic because they were afraid to come to clinic. They were so worried that ICE would pick them up. 40%, and these were lawful immigrants, undocumented immigrants, US citizens. About 1/3 of immigrants have said they're worried about ICE in their community. And they're unsure whether they can be arrested at schools or hospitals or churches. They expect their financial situation to get worse. And in fact, the opinions of the American people are that this is detestable. There are very few people that feel like this is the right thing to do in the United States. I think people are very much aligned on if somebody has committed a violent crime, sure, detain them, due process, deport them. But if somebody is a US citizen or married to a US citizen, if they are here with young children, if they've lived in the United States for many years and they have a business and they are beloved in their community, these are not people that we should be going after. So there have been a lot of protests in the United States. Because the American people see how wrong these policies are, we have gotten together and protested in places all over the United States. And that 3 in 10 immigrants say that they are beginning to learn what their rights are, which is where we as doctors come into play. We can teach about what are your rights. We can teach about how do you protect your family. And we can provide both medical services and services that help with food insecurity and other social determinants of health to help our families. So at New York Presbyterian, where my colleague Dodie Meyer is, they are bringing direct clinical services to locations that are at home, pop-up centers where ICE doesn't know people are there, where people feel safe in coming. There are many places that are working with their patient population and have secret WhatsApp groups to say, we're going to have a clinic here. We're going to do a clinic in the library downtown. We're going to do a clinic at a church. And this is a way to help keep people safe. Essential goods distributions, immediate support for material needs. This has been a big discussion in New York City, also in Los Angeles. How do we get food boxes to churches for our families? Put backpacks in schools so the kids can bring them home to their families. So we don't have a family that risks being arrested because they're going to a grocery store. And then connection and resilience. Where are the immigration law centers? Where are places that we could actually be reporting legal rights and teaching our families who are scared how to access their legal rights? There are partners in New York City. The partnership with a group called Early Starters brings snack boxes to locations where families can pick them up. They have books and toddler gym equipment. They have health education classes, places for children to stay. One of the things that has been discussed earlier is that we have unhealthy children because they don't feel comfortable going out to play. This group in New York City is helping with that play, have toddler gyms, have safe places where kids can play outside. In Bushwick, which is part of Brooklyn, New York, there are partnerships with pop-up clinics for medical assessment, for dental screening, for behavioral health counseling and referrals, for healthy distribution of groceries, and for donations of items such as diapers or feminine hygiene products. There are mobile medical units, particularly looking at pregnant women. And in Los Angeles, we're doing much of the same thing. So our approach in Los Angeles, since we are 2 hours away from Tijuana, is we have programs going on in Los Angeles, and then we have programs going on in Tijuana with Refugee Health Alliance. So we start in Los Angeles with looking at our families in the clinic. And we have a service called La Linterna, which is a clinic that provides medical care, behavioral health services, and immigration support through a partnership with legal aid. This is very important, and what we have seen in the last several months is that La Linterna has happened in person, and a lot of it has been virtual. Because when those ICE raids started to happen, our La Linterna staff said, we've got to start to go to a telehealth model so we can do our intakes there, our families can meet with legal aid there, that they can get some of their behavioral health services there. We are back to doing much of this in person again because our families have been able to come to clinic, but we have to flex because we have to stay away from some of these very, very bad things that are happening to our families in Los Angeles, and that is unfortunately our reality right now. But we have medical services, mental health services, legal services, and case management. Each Step Home is a local nonprofit that has been a great partner with us. Each Step Home has been an organization that has reunited the families and the children who were separated at the border during the first Trump administration. And what they have done is they aid in the unification process, but then they also work with us on who are the children that need to come to clinic. And what happens is that we get a referral. One of our staff in clinic helps these families with getting Medi-Cal insurance, with transportation to the clinic, with setting up the appointment. And traditionally, about half of these children show up for their first appointment, which is okay. We know they're scared. So our residents pick up the phone and call the family and say, you are welcome here. We are not going to hurt you or your child. We would love to have you come back in another couple of weeks and see your child. So we build that direct line to global and local care. After the first visit, we would suggest, how about your child sees the dentist? What does your family need in terms of trauma-informed care? And we work with our children there. So we have looked at our medical legal documentation, which again is important because this should be private, but we have the concern that at some point this administration is going to go into medical records to look to see who may be undocumented and who isn't. And so we look at this and we have resources for our doctors to talk about how to choose a physician, some of that intro to template letter for immigration. We do not ask if somebody is an immigrant. We do ask the questions for tuberculosis, were you born outside the United States? And we ask that to everybody. So it becomes a way that we know who to screen and how to follow up. Because the reality is that we have many Central American immigrants to Los Angeles. But in the past few years, we have immigrants from Venezuela, from Haiti, from Russia, from Ukraine, from all over the world, many of whom are coming to Mexico and then coming to the United States through the southern border. So we have to know everything for everybody. We have information on knowing your rights, what happens if you are approached by ICE. And we actually got a lot of support from our local schools in Los Angeles. ICE actually came to the schools in Los Angeles and wanted to do, quote, a wellness check on the children. And the teachers and the superintendent of the school said, no, we will protect all of our students to the very end. So they were denied entry into the schools. They've gone further, and that this is on their public website. We have a family preparedness plan. What happens if you are arrested and deported and your child is still in the United States? Who is going to take care of your child? We talk about this with planning with our families. I'm going to show you what the red cards look like and then some of the school enrollment information. So what happens if you are taken away from your child and separated and deported. So this program goes through and looks at how are your child care plans, knowing your rights. How do you get this set up? What happens if Immigration and Customs Enforcement come to your home looking for someone, or police stop you for questioning? Because you're caught off guard. We make our families proactive so they know what to do when these people come and harass them. There is something called red cards. We have these in our clinic. We have a QR code where people can look at their clinic. And this essentially says, you have constitutional rights. You do not have to open your door to these ICE agents. You do not have to answer questions. You do not have to sign anything. And you can just give this card to the ICE agent, and they will know that you know your rights. This again is the step-by-step family preparedness plan. So knowing that child, their date of birth, some of the important information about that child, and who is responsible for their care if a parent is separated from them. This is an important concept that we have not only for our families, but for our clinics and for our shops and for our churches, because there are two types of warrants. What will happen is the ICE agent will come and show you a warrant. That is called an administrative warrant. It is civil immigration. It will say alien on there, which I think is a terrible term. And the important thing is it does not require compliance from the family, from the individual, from the school, from the clinic. If it is a real judicial warrant, it's issued by a court or a federal judge. And those need to be complied with. But we're teaching our staff in our clinics. We're teaching our staff in churches. We're teaching our staff in schools what an administrative warrant is. So if someone hands them an official-looking piece of paper and it's an administrative warrant, they can say, no, we don't have to comply with this. Go away. We prepare our offices by establishing clear policies. At our office in our clinic, we have established that if ICE shows up, the first thing we do is call security, and that nobody goes out there to talk with them. We have some of our administrators who would be the frontline person to do that. But this way, they are not harassing a nurse or a doctor or a patient to try to get in. And that staff training is knowing your rights, having our patients know where they can find a red card, where they know their rights, letting staff know that they are obligated to protect our families in clinic, and that they're empowered to help our families in clinic, because our staff really wants to be able to do that. They know who that immigration point person is, and they have lists of legal aid and mental health resources for our families. Refugee Health Alliance is a partnership with whom we work, and they do work at the Tijuana border. So they have a clinic, they have migrant camps and shelters, and we have created a partnership with them to help them in the good work that they are doing. So this is just a picture of some of the work that we do with Refugee Health Alliance. Some of this is in their clinics, some of this is in the migrant shelters. You will see tomorrow at the poster session, my wonderful residents have a project where they are working with toys and immigrant families to help with trauma-informed care between parents and children. But this gives us hope because these are things we can do in the face of some very awful things happening in the United States. And I'll end by reminding everybody that the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. When we have looked at healthcare access in the United States, we have had periods of time where our country has not provided any healthcare access to people in the United States, citizens and non-citizens. And with time, and with the political will, we have had Medicare and Medicaid. We've had our Children's Health Insurance Program. We have had the Affordable Care Act. And always there are threats to democracy, there are threats to human rights, and we are in a situation right now where we're seeing those threats unfold in front of us. But we can never stand down, and we can never give in, and we can never give up, because we are here for the children. We have to have a policy of shared prosperity, human potential, and human dignity. And with that, I'll say thank you.
That was brilliant. Thank you so much, Colleen. It's amazing to see, and it's hope-inducing. So seeing so many people that are good-willed and do actually work that helps these families. We have some time, and I would suggest, because Maria Lucia didn't have chance to answer questions, so if you could come up as well, and then we run the microphones.
Share the stage.
Yeah, share the stage. And we run the microphones to see if there are comments or questions from the audience.
Good morning. I'm Barbara Rubio. I'm from Spain, and I want to thank both of you for your wonderful presentations. And I have a question for Colleen, and I wanted to ask you if you have received any backlash from the Trump administration in any way.
So the question was, have we received any backlash? Me personally, yes. Our clinic, no. So we are concerned about that. And our organizations are not very happy about us speaking in public about it. So we have to be careful. But our organization has not had any backlash. If it comes, it will likely be in Medicaid funding, which is what we need to take care of the children. So it's a tightrope, but you have to do what you have to do for justice.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Colleen. It's very inspiring. A lot of the stories that you are telling, actually, if one looks at them bigger in terms of the oppression that's happening in the U.S. right now, is also another manifestation of oppression that the U.S. carries out in global policies that affects children. And in a way now that there are many cases, like where actually pediatricians and professionals in the U.S. are noticing and living through this. Do you think actually there is room for a global perspective in the U.S. to address not only what the current government is doing domestically, but how to actually recognizing and impacting the global policies that are also damaging the health of children? And in my own country, in Palestine, for example, I think needless to say, the U.S. has played the major role in perpetuating the violence against children there. It's a very big question, and I'm not sure I can get a full answer now, but maybe that's also, we can discuss further in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. And the question was about, can I address some of the U.S. policies that are damaging children throughout the world? Absolutely. So the problem is that you will not get an American organization to come out carte blanche about what is happening, particularly with the funding of the destruction and genocide in Gaza. And part of that is because you have people who are very, they're very opposed on both sides. So, look at the American Academy of Pediatrics. They have not come out with anything at all. And that is because within their own membership, there is a lot of consternation in saying anything. So that's really where the struggle is going to come from. It is going to come from individual pediatricians. It's going to come from groups like ISSOP that has said, we're here for child justice, and we can't be political about this. Genocide can't be political. When you kill children, there's a right and there's a wrong, and that's all that there is. But we come to the same sorts of things with regarding things like our climate change policy. So we have, withdrawn from the Paris Accords. We know that climate is a huge reason for migration, and that if you really wanted to stop immigration, you would help to fix the climate. So it's many of us as individuals, unfortunately not any of the major groups, but you will find a good group of people who are very interested in the things that we all should be interested in.
Another question?
Hi, my name is Annelise. I'm studying to be a mental health counselor, and thank you both for your presentations. Mi pregunta es para María Lucía Mesa. ¿Cómo podemos mantener el enfoque en la niñez migrante como sujeto de derechos al realizar este análisis desde la perspectiva humanitaria que mencionaste? Lo menciono porque hay una brecha muy grande entre la teoría o investigación y la práctica, y también entre la visibilización y la acción.
Bueno, creo que es una pregunta tremendamente interesante que todos nos la hacemos porque no ha sido fácil poder abordar la niñez migrante ni la población migrante desde una perspectiva clara de derechos o humanitaria. Creo que el que estemos aquí reunidos con este tema y que ya hayamos elevado conciencia de la importancia y la relevancia es un primer paso, pero las personas que estemos, ya sea en la academia, en el gobierno, en la comunidad misma, creo que desde el sitio en el que estemos debemos empezar a pensar desde la población migrante también. Cuando los vemos en la calle, cuando sabemos que en el colegio de nuestros hijos, nuestros sobrinos o nuestros conocidos hay un niño y una niña migrante, preguntarle y cómo lo están abordando y cómo lo llaman, y tiene amigos, tiene amigas, qué lleva para comer al mediodía, si es que comparten la comida, eso desde la casa misma. Y creo que a escala deberíamos empezar a trabajarlo. Por eso la propuesta que traía o que quise plantear tiene todo que ver en eso, cómo podemos empezar a entender la niñez migrante como sensor, digámoslo así, de lo que está ocurriendo y no solamente como una pobre población vulnerable, ¿no? Que lo es, por supuesto, pero pienso que hay que ponerla en su justo lugar y al mismo nivel de todos los niños y niñas en general. Muchas gracias.
Jeff?
Yeah, this question for Maria Lucia. So between your presentation and Ernesto's presentation, you gave us some perspectives on polycrises. There are multiple crises that are happening at the same time. Latin America has a great history of revolutionary efforts.
Mm-hmm.
In this context, is there a role? How do you get pediatrics? How do you get pediatricians to move in a revolutionary way to address these issues? Or is that not going to be possible?
Te voy a contestar en español. I'm going to answer in Spanish.
No, you're going to answer in English.
No.
All right.
Pues mira, ese creo que es el reto maravilloso, y cada vez más, y especialmente la pediatría joven, se preocupa por estos temas de manera importante, y eso me encanta. Hoy tenemos acá una alumna de la universidad en la que yo trabajo en Colombia, que está ahorita empezando su doctorado, y el tema es ese, conflicto y migración en Colombia, conflicto básicamente, no migración, pero sí conflicto, vista desde la salud y vista desde la política pública, y como ella hay ahorita un movimiento bien interesante en el país, y creo que es difícil no ser sensible frente al tema. ¿Por qué? Porque ya cada pediatra o cada médica o médico general, las profesionales de enfermería, las terapias, en donde estén en nuestro país, reciben pacientes migrantes, que en Colombia tenemos una política, digamos, comparada con otros países, relativamente amplia, y se atienden estas personas tanto en salud como en educación, más o menos. Y el hecho de estar enfrentados y estar en relación con población migrante hace que la gente se sensibilice. Justo ahora, además, hay una nueva estrategia del gobierno nacional en donde hay unos grupos de profesionales que van a las zonas apartadas a atender pacientes, a atender todo el curso de vida de todas las edades, pero hay pediatras trabajando allí y hay profesionales de salud mental, que es un tema para nuestro país tremendamente emergente, y es empezar a trabajar con niñas y niños, no solamente en su salud física, sino también en su salud mental, que la salud mental es vínculo, apego, juego, arte. Entonces, pienso que el país, no sé qué tan revolucionario, pero sí hay un movimiento, sobre todo joven, a favor de las infancias, a favor de las poblaciones más vulnerables y con una sensibilidad especial por la población migrante, habiendo problemas todavía, pero creo que vamos bien.
Another question here.
Gracias. Primero, para Colin, ustedes mencionaban que habían programas para migrantes que están llegando a Estados Unidos, y que están protegiéndolos, pero no sé si tienen algún programa para los retornados. Como ustedes saben, acá en Guatemala tenemos ahorita muchos migrantes que están retornando, y también no escuché si dentro de los programas tenían traductores o intérpretes en los idiomas que se hablan acá en Guatemala. Tenemos una diversidad de idiomas que muchas veces se pierde la identidad al ir a otro país por miedo, por vergüenza. Y la otra pregunta también para la otra expositora es, nosotros como Guatemala somos un país que tiene vulnerabilidad en cuanto a desastres naturales, y por ejemplo acá en Guatemala acabamos de tener un sismo bastante grande, y el hospital de Amatitlán, que es un hospital grande cercano a la ciudad, sufrió bastantes problemas estructurales, y parte de eso fue perder una de las clínicas que teníamos para atención a víctimas de violencia sexual, que atendía a niños y niñas embarazadas. Entonces, ¿cómo podemos las instituciones públicas transformar y tomar esa conciencia para generar políticas de Estado?
You want to go first?
Translate. If you would give that to one of my residents to translate for me.
Okay, good.
Gracias por la pregunta. Somos las residentes del Hospital de Los Ángeles de los Niños, entonces trabajamos muy de la mano con la doctora Kraft. Una de tus preguntas es sobre los intérpretes. Los Ángeles es una ciudad con mucha diversidad y las personas que trabajamos ahí sabemos de nuestras poblaciones vulnerables, por lo cual el hospital está completamente equipado para intérpretes tanto en persona como digitales. Tenemos muchos iPads donde tenemos acceso a todo tipo de idiomas, inclusive dialectos. En Los Ángeles hemos visto mucha población migrante de ciertas comunidades donde hablan dialectos. También podemos accesar a ciertos dialectos. Hay muchos en Guatemala, justo. Y hay, por ejemplo, hay personas que hablan mixteco, que es un dialecto en México. También tenemos una persona física en el hospital que habla mixteco. Obviamente necesitamos más coordinación cuando ella está presente, sobre todo en el área de neonatología o cuando están en la terapia intensiva, que necesitan una explicación más profunda, pero sí contamos con todo el servicio de intérpretes. Y tu primera pregunta fue acerca de cómo ayudamos a las personas que retornan a sus países. En Los Ángeles creo que el trabajo que hemos visto, y sobre todo nosotros que vamos a Tijuana a brindar atención pediátrica, hemos visto que la mayoría se encargan los países de retorno. Por ejemplo, en México lo que hemos visto, y a veces una cosa es lo que dicen que hacen y cuando nosotros vamos la realidad es que no están. Dicen que las ayudan con apoyo financiero o que hay algunos albergues ya establecidos para que ellos lleguen. La sorpresa que nosotros nos llevamos cuando llegamos a Tijuana es que los albergues no estaban ni siquiera listos para nadie. Entonces nos toca mucho ahorita a nosotros ir a Tijuana y con la información, poca información que sabemos, brindarla a los que sabemos, a los que llegan ahí. ¿Algo quieres agregar? No, creo que será.
So the best we do as educators is pass on the passion and the education and the resources to our training physicians so the next generation knows how to work better with our families. Thank you, Fernanda.
Excelente. Y con respecto a los desastres naturales y la infraestructura en salud, en este momento se está trabajando en infraestructura resiliente. digamos, que es lamentable que la infraestructura en salud haya tenido serios deterioros para llegar a no atender a la población, pero es una gran oportunidad para poder trabajarlo en ese sentido. Las infraestructuras resilientes son las que están diseñadas para poder resistir cualquier tema relacionado con cambio climático, dependiendo del sitio en donde están. Se hacen los estudios y si el riesgo es de inundación, o si el riesgo es por terremoto, o si el riesgo es por el que sea, se hace una estructura en ese sentido. Y además de resilientes, son sostenibles, es decir, son amigables con el ambiente y buscan desde el diseño mismo reducir el impacto ambiental, la huella de carbono, el uso de agua, etc. Entonces es una gran oportunidad que tiene el país para poder trabajar en el mundo de la infraestructura en salud resiliente y sostenible.
Okay, we are 2 minutes ahead of time. I have one more question maybe. If not, no? Then I thank you very much. It was an amazing session. Thank you. We're breaking for, no, yeah. So Jeff, it's you now, and you do your own introductions, right?
Well, again, I want to thank all of the speakers so far. I mean, it's been pretty amazing. If we go back to the beginning of the introduction by Olaf about what this session is about, what today is about, it's really about identifying and responding to the critical humanitarian issues and crises that children are experiencing. In particular, one thing that has struck me in hearing the presentations is that we need to expand this concept of humanitarian crises to think in terms of complex humanitarian crises. So we've heard about, at the beginning, we heard from Salamesh and Ramsey about the critical issues related to armed conflict. And then through our colleagues from Latin America, we heard about the issues as it relates to the social inequalities and migration and so on and so forth. And then obviously we've just listened to and heard about what's happening now in the United States. These are not just humanitarian crises, they're complex humanitarian crises. They're terminology that is really coming to the forefront now is the concept of polycrises. That in fact we're not dealing with one issue, we're dealing with multiple issues at the same time that are challenging children, and in the same way then challenging pediatricians to respond. The other term that's now come into being that people are talking about, which is the term of intersectionality, which is really related to, in many respects, the issues related to discrimination against particular groups, whether they're boys or whether they're girls, or whether discrimination on the base of sexual identity, gender, and so on and so forth. So we have this complex web of intersectionality addressing issues that relate to discrimination, and then this other aspect of polycrises. And so that's creating what conceptually I think is really important for us to think in terms of, which is this concept of complex humanitarian crises, which is in effect what ISSOP is particularly interested in, and we'll talk more about that this afternoon and how we address those issues. But in that context, over the past, and I'm almost embarrassed to say this, but over the past 6 months, it's struck me that one of the things that we don't talk about is peace. And that we're talking constantly about the response to these polycrises and the intersectionality of these issues, but we haven't really taken a step back as pediatricians, as child health professionals, to think in terms of the concept of peace and how do we advance peace, and even the question of whether peace is a child right. And as so often happens, in our narcissism related to our own professions and our own careers and the and what we learn about and the people we talk to and so on, we don't really know what's happening around the world. And through the work of Raul and his exposure to an organization that we're going to hear about in a couple minutes. In fact, there's a whole movement related to peace as it relates to children. We have the history of the IPPNW, the International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War, that linked with colleagues in Russia to say in the 60s and 70s, you know, nuclear war really is a health issue, and what we need to be thinking in terms of as peace as an antidote to the potential effects of nuclear war. So with that brief introduction, we thought we had an hour to talk, but Olaf informed me yesterday that we only have a half an hour. But a half an hour, I think, is enough to actually introduce this idea. And it's important, really important to emphasize that this session today is the beginning of a journey together. It's if we don't take what we've learned today and create that and transform that into a movement where we can all be working together, then we've lost a tremendous opportunity and we've lost the agency that we all come with. So we'll start the dialogue and discussion about peace now, and then continue that work together as a collaboration into the future. So I'm going to introduce you to Shoban, who is going to introduce herself and the work that she's been doing as part of a peace movement. And then we're going to talk about how that potentially relates to our work together. So I can tell you that speaking with Shoban has been transformational for me, and after you hear her speak, I'm sure it'll be transformational for you. So Shoban, can you tell us about the work that you've been doing and how it might relate to us as pediatricians and child health professionals?
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, Jeffrey from Ireland. It's so great to be with you all, and what an amazing session this morning. My name's Siobhan Fitzpatrick. I've lived and worked in Ireland all my life, and I suppose I grew up during our conflict, but I've also been lucky enough to live through the emergence of our peace process and the building of a new society. I'm chair of the International Network on Peace Building with Young Children and vice chair of the Early Childhood Peace Consortium. Both are global networks, and I really like the comments from some of your speakers this morning about the importance of this partnership between the global North and the global South. And certainly, I think a strength of our network has been having representation from right across the world and learning from each other. And I suppose to answer what Ernesto posed at the end of his session, I think about our work has been about how do we break the cycle of violence, the cycle of conflict and war, and how do we grow a culture of peace, a culture of respecting each other and collaborating with each other. We have focused on looking at the impact of conflict on young children and their families and developing programs to support children and families impacted by conflict. We use a socio-ecological and child's rights framework to guide our work. And we have three main strands: a focus on early childhood programming, with this focus on growing a culture of peace and a culture of respecting difference. We have a research and professional development strand to our work, looking at the causes of conflict and what we can do in terms of promoting social cohesion, sustainability, and peace. And how do we train professionals to be able to work within the lens of a peace programme? A key element of our work is advocacy and creating not just horizontal cohesion within communities, but the importance of linking what's happening within communities with policy change at national and global level. We partner with the 5 early childhood networks across the globe, and would like to acknowledge the contribution of one of our founder members from Cindy in Colombia, who have actually been instrumental in forging this new emerging partnership with the International Association of Social Pediatrics. And we're delighted that we were able to welcome Raul to the groups, to the both of our groups over the last 2 years. Recently, we've been involved in supporting children impacted by current wars in Lebanon, Israel, Gaza, and Ukraine. And our focus there has been supporting children and families deal with the current trauma and the current impact, and echoing what one of the presenters said earlier on, recognizing the resilience within communities and supporting that develop and growing that strength. We've been implementing Respecting Difference programs in post-conflict regions like the Western Balkans, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and obviously also in Ireland. And we've been involved in key advocacy campaigns recently at the UN, where we launched a Stop the War on All Children campaign, and are currently working on an advocacy campaign to ensure that children are central in the Irish EU presidency that they will take next year. And this important link between investing in young children, families and communities as a way of growing peaceful, socially cohesive societies.
Another question for you. When we spoke last week, you spoke about just coming from a conference in Geneva that talked about spirituality. Can you comment on that as well?
Yeah, I suppose that links to the prism that we have in our work about realizing children's rights, all children's rights. And up until now, within the Convention on the Rights of the Child, there has been a major focus on physical, emotional, cognitive. But this organisation, who is a partner with us in the Early Childhood Peace Consortium, Arigato, they have developed a toolkit to support children realise their spiritual rights. And, it's not about religious indoctrination, but it's about growing empathy, connection with the environment, connection with the greater being, working with faith communities in terms of alternative languages around, anti-violent approaches to discipline. The toolkit was launched 2 years ago. It has been implemented and evaluated in a number of regions around the world, implemented in Brazil, in Pakistan, in Sri Lanka, and Indonesia. The conference last week was beginning to share some of the emerging evidence from the implementation of the toolkit. And the promising evidence in terms of reduction of violence within the home and reduction of violence within communities is indeed really promising.
Great. I'm going to ask you a question that we didn't talk about, and that is we have examples around the world, not the least of which is Ireland, Rwanda, South Africa, where in fact there has been immense amount of conflict, immense amount of pain and suffering and death, and some emergence, some resilience in those countries too. Not to suggest for a second that all is well, but there have been some examples globally where there has been some resolution related to the conflicts and moving toward peace. Can you talk about that, and also in particular, obviously, what's happened in Ireland over the years, and is that an example? Are there lessons that can be learned from those experiences?
As our Nobel laureate poet W. B. Yeats said, peace comes dropping slowly. And indeed the philosopher John Paul Lederach, when we were beginning our process of peace building here in Ireland, reminded us for every year of conflict, it often takes 10 years of healing. But I think, Ireland has quite a number of positive lessons, I think, that we can share with other regions emerging from violent conflict. And I think, one of the most important was seeing investment in young children and their families as one of the key pillars in terms of growing the new society. But doing that within an integrated framework, in terms of changes in services, in policies, in capacity building within communities, in linking social services, early childhood services with economic, social, and social development, recognizing, the amount of time and support needed for reconciliation and healing within communities, creating those safe spaces where competence and non-competence could come together to create visions for the future, to create political change where there was greater representation from diverse voices at all levels in society. A big issue that's happening in Ireland at the moment is recognition of language rights and the fact in the past that our native language had not been available for young children. So there's been a big investment in supporting that type of plurality.
Great. Let me ask you a question about the role and responsibility of pediatricians and child health professionals. Have they collaborated with these movements in the past? Is there a critical role for them to play in the future?
Yeah, I think child health professionals have shown enormous courage in many areas around the world. But I suppose, over the recent months and years, we have been talking about how we can grow our collaborations and partnerships with health professionals. And I think there's a role for you to use, the authority that you have in terms of advocating for child-centred peace policies, to partner with peace building and humanitarian organisations like ourselves, to think about, using the importance and the strength of the Convention on the Rights of the Child in terms of promoting, policies for protection, participation and voice for young children, survival, non-discrimination, the importance of integrating training within pediatric training, integrating peace building skills. You know, I think there are a number of things that could help the collaboration between the peace building world, the early childhood world, and health professionals.
That's great. So one of the questions that arise amongst all of us is, what can we do? How can we respond? We're a single voice, and so on. There's a recent article which we'll send to you all if you haven't read it. It just came out a couple months ago on témoignage, which is a French word that means bearing witness. And it's transformed my ideas about what role we can all play, that we all have agency by virtue of what Shobhan just mentioned, our relationship with families, our place in society, but few of us have actually used the opportunity to actually bear witness in our own way, and as individuals and also as associations. And we heard Colleen talk about the challenges, in particular in the United States, but across the world, of bearing witness with respect to our national pediatric associations as it relates to what's happening in Gaza, and certainly what's been a completely silent voice as it relates to Sudan and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Yemen, and so on and so forth. So this idea of bearing witness as the beginning of a journey that we can take together to address these critical issues. So I'm going to turn that question back over to Shobhan. How would you use us to bear witness in collaboration with the peace movements that in which you are engaged? And frankly, are you and these organizations prepared to really collaborate with pediatrics and pediatricians to teach us how we can, in fact, bear witness and respond?
I was really fascinated by that terminology, you know, and that concept of being empowered to break the silence. And I think that has been fundamental in terms of our work over the past 20 years. You know, I think all of us need to give voice to children, to families and communities, and be brave ourselves in terms of, you know, speaking out, seeking alliances. And I think that's what, you know, today is about, this opportunity of us working together collaboratively, you know, and what we've tried to do in the past is not just have the likely friends, but the unlikely alliances, the faith leaders that I referred to, you know, key people in the media, creating brave spaces and speaking for all children. And I was intrigued by, I think, what Colleen said. What gave us strength and what continues to give us strength is using the Convention on the Rights of the Child and not being afraid that you will be seen to be taking sides when you're speaking, you know, about the grave violations that are happening to all children. A strength for us has been having representatives on our network from Israel and from Palestine. Difficult as that is, it has given us a strength that we are recognizing the impact of conflict and war and trauma on all children. And then I think, you know, we really should, and I know the US has difficulty perhaps using a child's rights framework, but for us that has also been fundamental and a fundamental principle that has guided our work. We can use the convention to advocate for and hold governments accountable for a child's right to survival and development, a focus on all of the rights of children, physical, emotional, cultural, spiritual, the right of children to participate, to have their voices heard, to be the right to non-discrimination, protection, prevention from harm, and I think together we can be advocates for the convention and for other frameworks. It was referenced this morning, the UN's monitoring on the 6 violations of children impacted by war. We should use our opportunities to report, monitor, and advocate to the UN, to the committee in Geneva, in terms of those grave violations. So, I would really welcome a partnership with the expertise and authority that you have coming to the peace building and the child's rights world. And I think we obviously would have a stronger mandate.
Well, let me ask you one last question. Do children have a right to peace?
Of course they do. It's a fundamental right to their, right to survival, development, to live in a sustainable, peaceful, socially cohesive world.
Great. Well, now you know why. Two or three conversations with Shoban has transformed the way I think, and given me hope as to the potential, to our potential as child health professionals to link with the peace movements, with the experience in countries that have come through multiple traumas related to conflict. And so I would end here with a couple of comments, one of which is this afternoon we'll have opportunities to break up into smaller sessions. Those sessions really are meant to discuss steps forward, how we come together, how we think strategically, how we act strategically into the future to address these complex humanitarian crises that so profoundly impact children's health and well-being. And so they're really meant to hear from you, your experiences, and so on and so forth. And then the other is that I welcome you, and hopefully the collaboration between ISSOP, between IDPA, between the International Pediatric Association. We need your involvement, we need your passion, we need your support, we need your experience, we need your expertise. We need you in order to be able to move this agenda forward. So again, we'll be looking forward to this as the beginning of a journey together, led in particular by people like Shoban and others around the world that are working so diligently and hard as it relates to peace. I want to thank Shoban again for being a light that's and a beacon for all of us. And thank you all for being here today. And we'll look forward to a collaboration into the future.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Questions? For Shoban, not for me, for sure.
Terrific session. Shanti Raman from Australia, but also ISSOP and so many other things. Question for you, Shoban, and perhaps Raul and others involved in the Early Childhood Peace Consortium. How does early childhood peace differ from what happens in mid-childhood and adolescence, in particular when identity formation and those very strong divisive issues pop up? We've always thought of early childhood as the period where, you know, they're completely open and less constrained by kind of identity in that way. So I think it's quite useful for us as pediatricians and developmental pediatricians in particular to find out what are those issues that particularly you're targeting in early childhood. So that was a question. The other second question and a comment for our wider audience is the wonderful work that you're doing in kind of respecting the difference training. We do that in Australia to train around getting to understand our Indigenous population. So clearly it's something that has other meanings. What is interesting is doing it about one community versus the mainstream is tough enough, but when you're talking about conflicts that involve multiple identities, multiple racial, ethnic groups, how do you kind of build that? You know, Protestant versus Catholic is a, you know, it's complex, but not as complex as multiple. So those are the two questions. So wonderful work. I applaud you for all the work that you're doing.
Thank you very much. You know, I think the first question, first of all, is a very interesting one. And it was one that, certainly from a Northern Ireland perspective, was posed when we began this work. Some people thought that young children were not really impacted by the environment that they lived in. But a very important piece of baseline research that we did, Too Young to Notice, ? Really was then the basis of the rest of the work that we did. Because we found that young children as young as 3 in Northern Ireland, 5 years after the Good Friday Agreement was signed, while they were developing very positive sense of self, they were beginning to develop negative attitudes to others, linked to what they saw and heard around them in terms of the divisions within society. And then worryingly, by the age of 6, were beginning to develop prejudicial attitudes to others who were different, mainly at that time in a Northern Ireland context on the basis of the religious nationalist agenda, Protestant and Catholic, Republican and Unionist. But we decided, and this sort of touches on your second question, we decided, you know, in terms of a challenge to the early years sector, that we would develop a programme that was based on respecting and accepting multiple isms, if you like, that there was a linkage between the sectarian issue, the racist issue, the discrimination against children with disability, and indeed the most discriminated community in Ireland at the time were our traveller community, Indigenous, nomadic section of the community who have been terribly discriminated against. We developed a programme using media to introduce messages for parents and the wider community and to provide safety in terms of introducing this new approach within the early childhood sector. We developed a new training programme based very much on reflections of difference for teachers, for parents, and indeed for grandparents. Opening up, you know, that concept of talking about the things that you never talked about, challenging stereotypes. We developed new resources that were particularly important, and these are now being used quite widely around the world. Persona dolls that children could identify with images of themselves, images of others, developing very positive stories around those that who are different. And then we developed a research program as well in terms of measuring the impact of this new approach in terms of the change in attitudes and behaviours. And as I said earlier on, it wasn't just about working within the early childhood communities, within local communities. We used the evidence to influence changes in policy, particularly in an Irish context, in terms of segregated education, and have worked now towards a greater approach to shared and integrated education, which again is further breaking down barriers and this culture of respect for others, a culture of social cohesion within the society. I hope that answers your question.
That's amazing. And it gives us hope that, in fact, there are strategies that we can certainly pursue.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your talk, for this wonderful talk. You mentioned briefly the recognition of language rights, and I wanted you to just speak a little bit more about this. I'm really interested in when we talk about the diversity, ethnic diversity, and people who migrate, who are moving, indigenous people. So how do you see this recognition of language rights? What is its role in peace building and in resilience, and this concept of spiritual health also that was mentioned? Thank you.
Well, that was an easy question, Siobhan.
But it's a critical one. We have a beautiful saying in Gaelic, without a language, without your own language, you have no soul. So the importance of home language is critically important in terms of recognition of rights. In an Irish context, anyone who knows the history, as a result of colonisation, one of the strategies was to prevent us all speaking Gaelic. But the revolutionary spirit in us, I think someone mentioned the revolutionary spirit within Latin America. I think it's also here in Ireland. We developed alternative modes of keeping the language alive. And even during the recent conflict, many of the prisoners used the opportunity in prison to relearn Irish. Families and communities then also decided to develop outside the formal educational system, set up Irish medium inry within communities. And now we've had an absolute explosion of opportunities for children and families and adults to regain the language. And it has been given equal status. Irish medium schools has been given equal status in terms of English medium. But we also know now Ireland has become a country of new immigrants. So the importance of ensuring that home languages are available within all settings has been a critical learning for us from our history, and ensuring that those new communities who have come to Ireland have that right to their own languages being available. And as someone said, we're using new technology to make sure that translation services are available, capacity building within health and education services to ensure language rights are realised.
Great. And as you all know, that within the convention there are several articles that specifically articulate the rights of children to culture, to ethnicity, to language. and so on. Other questions? All right, well, again, I want to thank Shoban for teaching me, for teaching us, and she's already committed to take a lead role in engaging and in catalyzing our work together as it relates to peace. So thank you. And again, thank you all for your participation.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Siobhan. Thank you, Jeff. We are having a lunch break now, and the instructions will be given by Merida.
Bueno, llegó la hora del almuerzo. Va a ser acá, por favor, todos pueden pasar a recoger su almuerzo.
Buenas tardes. Soy Bárbara Rubio, soy pediatra, trabajo en Madrid, en España, y también soy la secretaria general de ISSOP, que es el motivo por el que estoy aquí. Y ahora va a venir la parte práctica del workshop de hoy. Y simplemente para hacer un pequeño resumen de todo lo que se ha hablado esta mañana. Como han dicho los presentadores esta mañana, estamos viviendo en un mundo complejo donde la infancia y la adolescencia se enfrentan a múltiples crisis, como son el conflicto armado, la migración, cambio climático y alteraciones del desarrollo. Y todos estos problemas se interconectan entre sí. Para algunos estos conflictos pueden parecernos lejanos, pero debido a la interconectividad y a la globalización, en algún momento de nuestra actividad asistencial nos vamos a encontrar con estos desafíos. Los distintos presentadores de esta mañana nos han expuesto sus experiencias en diversas situaciones de conflicto y cómo han contribuido para mitigar el daño y estrés crónico que padecen estos niños y niñas. La importancia de comprender cuáles son sus necesidades reales, no podemos dejar de hacer hincapié en ello. También la importancia de escuchar la narrativa de los niños y de las niñas y de sus familias y la resiliencia que muestran nos pueden ofrecer lecciones sobre cómo podemos proteger y promover la salud y bienestar de estos niños. Aquí nos encontramos profesionales de distintas partes del mundo con sus problemas particulares, pero al fin y al cabo los grandes desafíos del mundo hoy en día pues nos afectan a todos. Y nuestra obligación moral como garantes de la salud y el bienestar de la infancia y adolescencia es poder dar testimonio de la situación, alzarnos y romper el silencio sobre los temas que importan y buscar alianza entre todos los profesionales que nos dedicamos a la infancia y a la adolescencia. Como se ha dicho aquí ya en la última sesión, los niños tienen el derecho a vivir en paz en un mundo que sea pacífico y promueva la armonía social. Y entonces, un poco para ver cómo podemos nosotros como profesionales mitigar esta situación de conflicto, cómo podemos promover que estos niños que lleguen a su desarrollo pleno en un mundo lleno de conflictos, pues vamos a intentar buscar soluciones, ver qué se puede hacer. Nosotros como pediatras y profesionales de la salud, ver cómo podemos actuar y qué podemos hacer en nuestro contexto donde trabajamos. Para ello vamos a compartir lo que ya estamos haciendo para apoyar a niños y niñas, adolescentes y sus familias afectados por el conflicto, aprender de las experiencias de cada uno, que eso es muy importante. Todos tenemos particularidades en nuestro lugar donde trabajamos, en los niños que atendemos, pero podemos aprender unos de otros porque al final los desafíos, como estamos viendo, ¿no?, son los mismos. Entonces, para ello vamos a... Siguiente diapositiva. Ya. Para ello nos vamos a dividir en 4 grupos. Es que yo no... pero es que no... Perdón, yo puedo... Vale. 4 estaciones o 4 grupos de discusión. En cada estación va a haber una pregunta orientadora diferente, ¿no? Entonces, cada uno de vosotros, cada grupo más o menos será de 20 personas, entonces para saber a qué grupo pertenecéis, empezando por ejemplo por la mesa del fondo, pues uno de vosotros os contáis a vosotros mismos, uno es 1, el otro es 2, el otro es 3, el otro es 4. Y así con la siguiente mesa, igual, 1, 2, 3, 4. O sea, en cada mesa os contáis 1, 2, 3, 4 y si sois más, volvéis a empezar otra vez, 1, 2, 3, 4. Los del grupo 1 van a estar estacionados aquí, los del grupo 2 estarán estacionados más al fondo, los del grupo 3 aquí en el medio y los del 4 aquí. ¿Habéis entendido? Era un poco complicado, a mí me ha resultado un poco complicado. Ya. Ok. Entonces, por ejemplo, en la mesa de aquí, empezad a contar 1, 2, 3, 4 y entonces os vais poniendo el grupo 1 en esta parte de aquí, el grupo 2 al fondo, el 3 aquí al medio y el cuarto por aquí. Empieza. Vale, pues entonces el 1, los del 1 aquí en esa zona, donde está Raúl. Los del 2, que alguien se ponga en la zona... Eso, el 2 donde está Lilian, ¿no? Sí. Los del grupo 3, allí mismo. Yvonne, you're 3? So get a group there, group 3. And group 4 around this table. Podéis juntar las mesas, porque igual no...
Las mesas o las sillas, si gustan pueden llevar sus sillas.
Sí, eso es. Number 4, where Olaf is. Pues tú ¿qué número eres? 1, 2, 3 o 4. So in your table you didn't count yourself?
Oh, no, 3.
¿Tú eres 3? Pues entonces tienes que ir al grupo ese al grupo no, ese de allí. Donde está Ivonne. Ivonne ahora está así, la de Cristina. That's Ivonne. Yeah, that's 3. Okay. Si alguien no sabe en qué grupo está, el 1 se está formando aquí, el 2 en la esquina de allí, en el 3 preguntar por Ivonne. Es que se mueve así. Mejor que esté más lejos, ¿no? Porque si no retumba, ¿no? Sí. Vale.
Puede hablar y ahí le escuchan.
Entonces. Espera, ok.